Konnichiwa. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dr. Imadul Islam, and it is my great honor to serve as your Master of Ceremony with my esteemed colleague, Riku Naito, for this important event. On behalf of the Ocean Policy Research Institute, the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, I extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guest of honor, respected delegates, ambassadors, representatives from various institutions, and esteemed academics, both join in person and virtually. We are gathered here for the Ocean Decade Peace Foundation Dialogue, jointly hosted by the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commissions, UNESCO, and the Sasakawa Peace Foundations. The theme of this dialogue is "The ocean is the mother of life." The ocean is not just a resource, it is the very foundation of its yourself. From regulating the climate, of sustaining biodiversity and human well-being, the health of our ocean defines the health of our planet. The dialogue is aimed to build a strong partnership to develop innovative funding models in support to the Ocean Decade's goal. Without further delay, may I kindly invite our Honorable President of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Dr. Atsushi Tsunami, to deliver the opening remarks. Dr. Atsushi Tsunami, floor is yours.
Good morning and welcome to Tokyo. I'm Atsushi Tsunami, President of Sasakawa Peace Foundation. It is my great honor to warmly welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the UN Ocean Decade 5th Foundation's Dialogue. We are deeply privileged to be joined today by Mr. Vidar Helgesen, Executive Secretary of IOC-UNESCO, and Mr. Atsushi Nonaka, Senior Vice Minister of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology of Japan, and Mr. Yohei Sasakawa, the Honorary Chairman of the Nippon Foundation and SPF, as well as esteemed ambassadors and representatives of the diplomatic missions, distinguished delegates from foundations around the world, members of the press, and respected participants. Each of you, I extend my heartfelt welcome to this important gathering. It represents the halfway point of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development from 2021 to 2030 and precedes the upcoming United Nations Ocean Conference. This is a unique opportunity to reflect on our progress, renew our commitments, and chart a clear path forward. The theme of this 5th Foundation's Dialogue is "The ocean is the mother of life." This theme holds special significance for Asia, where nearly 2 billion people share deep cultural, spiritual, and ecological connections with the ocean. For centuries, the ocean has been our source of life, wisdom, and prosperity. This dialogue honors that enduring relationship and reaffirms our shared responsibility to safeguard the ocean for future generations. This dialogue is jointly hosted by the Sasakawa Peace Foundation and Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, or UNESCO IOC, and is being held here at our foundation in Tokyo from 3rd of September to the 5th of September 2025. It is the first time this dialogue is convened in Asia. Over the next 3 days, our discussions will culminate in the Tokyo Statement, a milestone outcome that will help accelerate collective progress toward the goals of the Ocean Decade. Over the next 3 days, our discussions will help shape the Tokyo Statement, a milestone outcome that will drive collective progress led by private and philanthropic foundations toward achieving the goals of the Ocean Decade. Distinguished participants, the ocean covers 70% of our planet, absorbs 90% of excess heat, produces much of the oxygen we breathe, and sustains billions of people through food and livelihood. It is the heart of the global economy and foundation of human well-being. Yet, this life-supporting system is under unprecedented stress from illegal and unsustainable fishing, ocean acidification, plastic pollution, and coral reef degradation. The decline in ocean health poses a direct threat to human health and prosperity. The international community has responded with the important agreements such as the High Seas BBNJ Treaty and the global commitment to protect at least 30% of the ocean by 2030. However, challenges remain. Despite 6 rounds of negotiations, while leaders have yet to finalize a global treaty to end plastic pollution. This is why the 5th Foundation Dialogue in Tokyo is so vital. It provides a platform, particularly for foundations which play a key role in the UN Ocean Decade, alongside other stakeholders, to come together, build consensus, and generate innovative solutions. I strongly believe that the discussions here will mark a significant milestone in advancing sustainable ocean governance and building resilient ocean communities, which is supported by sound ocean science. Finally, on behalf of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, I once again extend a warm welcome to Tokyo, and I hope you will also enjoy the hospitality of Japan, and I wish you all a very fruitful and inspiring 3 days of dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Atsushi Shunami, the President of Sasakawa Peace Foundation, for your valuable reflections on the importance of United Nations Ocean Decade and the role of this foundation dialogue in achieving the goal with the Tokyo Statement. Now, may I request His Excellency, Mr. Vidar Helgason, Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, UNESCO, to deliver his remarks.
Excellencies, friends of the ocean, and not least participants at the Foundation's dialogue. It's a privilege to be here, and I'd like to start by thanking warmly the Sasakawa Peace Foundation and its Ocean Policy Research Institute for generously hosting this important gathering. We had a taste, literally a taste of that generous hosting last night, and we're looking forward to these days. It's the 5th annual meeting of the Foundation's Dialogue, and the first to be held in the Asia-Pacific region, a region that is home to some of the world's most vital and vulnerable coastal and marine biodiversity and ecosystems. And we are at a decisive moment for those ecosystems. And we're at a decisive moment because we have entered the second half of the Ocean Decade. We have come midway, we've performed an evaluation, taken stock and set the course for the second half and the legacy beyond the second half. The Ocean Decade is the largest ever coordinated ocean science movement. The IOC is proud to lead it and have the secretariat for it. And I'd like to recognize the tremendous job being done by the Decade Coordination Unit, Julian, Allison, and their colleagues in the coordination role. We saw much Ocean Decade activity also recently at the UN Ocean Conference. There was a strong recognition of the importance of ocean science at the UN Ocean Conference. But at the same time, while the conference was a major mobilization for the ocean, it was also a sobering moment, confirming that the fundamental challenges for the ocean remain unsolved. Therefore, the meeting itself was a call to action, and the Ocean Decade Alliance launched a call to action for accelerating seabed mapping as one very important endeavor, supported not least by the Nippon Foundation, to map the global seafloor. We're now at 27.3% of the global seafloor mapped. That's quite telling. It's progress made, but but it's quite telling of all we still don't know about the common heritage that is the ocean. And also the things we know are changing because the ocean is changing fast. Due to climate change, ecosystems are changing, competition for ocean space is intensifying, the human imprint on the ocean leaves us with new knowledge gaps that we need to cover, meaning that the need for more investment in ocean science, in ocean knowledge, is pressing. As President Tsunami said, there is also good news. We do have more ocean policy frameworks in place than ever. We have the BBNJ agreement, the Global Biodiversity Framework, the recognition of the role of the ocean in the UNFCCC framework, and we have growing momentum behind the concept of national sustainable ocean planning, spearheaded by the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, of which Japan is also a member. These frameworks are important, but they need to be filled. They need to be filled and underpinned by knowledge, and they need to be filled by action. We need to see a transformation at a scale that we're not seeing yet. And the Ocean Decade is an opportunity and a framework for consolidated global action. It's mobilized in the first half more than 60 programs and more than 500 projects working to deliver transformative and timely science. And the issues at stake, the issues of which we need more knowledge and more action, are not abstract. For vulnerable communities, including, for example, small island development states, they're a lived reality, and they're a lived reality now. Rising sea levels, intensifying ocean hazards, declining marine resources, threatening the very fabric of their societies. And this means that sustained investment in ocean science is not just about knowledge. It is about survival, it's about security, and the safeguarding of culture and identity. And we're at a stage now, given political developments, where at a time when we need more knowledge, we need more ocean observation, scaling up massively, we're seeing a downwards trajectory, which leaves coastal communities and national economies at risk, because we can't build sustainable ocean economies without investing in ocean infrastructure, ocean observations infrastructure. Ocean data is the essence for building ocean economies. It's the essence for maritime security. It's of essence for preparing for and setting up early warning arrangements for the increasing ocean hazards. I did mention SIDS, island states, are in a particularly vulnerable situation, especially small island development states. And while it is not publicly announced yet, I feel I should mention it here because we are in discussions with the Nippon Foundation about a World Island Summit on ocean issues to be held in Tokyo next year, focusing on climate resilient, sustainable ocean planning, underpinned again by knowledge. There is a need to support these countries that are at the forefront and that share experiences, that share a relationship with the ocean that many countries don't have at that scale, and therefore gathering them to increase mobilization for sustainable ocean management is really, really worthwhile and a very important investment. The role of philanthropic organizations in this is critical. And I'd like to point to especially the role of philanthropy in taking risk, in being innovators, in doing things that governments are not set up to do, doing things that NGOs might not have the capital and the networks to get going. And That's why we see this dialogue as so important at this very, very important stage. Catalyzing bold, innovative, and sustained action is more important than ever, and foundations are doing just that. And I think when we're seeing complicated geopolitics, political attention going elsewhere than on the planetary issues, we need that actual investment in innovative solutions, but we also need the active investment in advocacy and awareness raising about how the hazards that we are projecting onto the ocean and our planet are really also security issues of economic insecurity for the future. And the role of philanthropies in making that case, being ocean advocates and awareness raisers, is really key. And the Foundation's Dialogue this year is an opportunity at a time when much is complicated. We just saw the failure of the plastic negotiations, at a time when multilateralism is struggling, at a time when geopolitics is complicated. We need to keep the hope alive, and more than that, we need to advance and make progress. And the spirit and ambition and capacities of foundations is really key in this context. And that's why I'd like to end by thanking you all for being here in Tokyo. I know that over the next 3 days we can count on your commitment, your discussion, your sharing of experience, and your planning for new activities that can make a difference for the ocean, for the planet, and for humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vidar Helgersen, for your very insightful sharing and recognizing the Nippon Foundation contributions on seabed mapping and also the upcoming Island Summit in 2026. Yes, we also believe that we need more investment in the ocean science and knowledge. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Foundation Dialogue, an informal global network of community, corporate, and private philanthropic funders working together to support the Ocean Decade, understood that values underpin the delivery of inclusive and actionable ocean science. So this Foundation Dialogue, the fifth Foundation Dialogue, marks the midway point of UN Decade of Ocean Science, as well as the evolution of this very important dialogue. So may I now invite Mr. Julian Barbare, Head of Main Policy and Regional Coordinations, IOC-UNESCO, to present an update on midway milestone, advancing the goals of the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development from 2021 to 2030. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Emadul. Good morning, dear participants, distinguished guests, all courtesy observed. First of all, real pleasure to be back in Japan. We're here earlier this year for the World Ocean Summit with a lot of discussions also about the decade and some of the decade activities. But I also want to highlight the strong support that Japan has offered towards the decade early on in the process. In 2019, we had a very important meeting here for the North Pacific to prepare the decade with all the regional stakeholders and also with the support that the Japanese government has provided to the decade early on as a champion. So my task today is to give you an overview of where we are in the implementation of a decade. And I will try to do this relatively succinctly. I'm going to explain some of the basic elements of a decade. Some of you, I'm sure, are well aware, but we also have guests who are maybe not so aware about the Ocean Decade. So I think it's important to establish that common baseline and understanding on the decade. So I will focus on a general introduction on the decade. I will also highlight a number of flagship initiatives and where I think we have some early deliverables and results from the decade in the first 5 years. And then I will highlight some of the priorities areas that we are going to be focusing in the second part of the decade, including in particular the next big global gathering that we will be organizing in 2027. So this is where the right hand needs to coordinate with the left hand here. So just on the decade itself, why the ocean decade? This movement was basically generated by IOC member states in 2016, and it was really in response to a limited global recognition of a vital role ocean science plays in achieving the 2030 agenda. So of course the SDGs were an important driver, and I think in a sense the decade was created very much to elevate the importance of ocean science, to fill critical knowledge gaps, as Vidar has mentioned, but also ensure that the findings, the scientific knowledge which is generated, can be effectively used to inform policy and guide the world towards a sustainably managed ocean. And at the time when we designed the decade, we had already a number of emerging ocean governance frameworks, including in the area of biodiversity. We had still the negotiation of the BBNJ agreement at the time. We had the climate agenda and framework, and all of those important mechanisms require strong scientific inputs, knowledge, and skills and capacity development. So that was also an important target for generating and framing the ocean decade. So the decade works very much through an action framework, which actually generates actions through programs, projects, activities, but also contributions. And those are aligned with a number of decade challenges, which were identified through this preparatory process, over 11 regional workshops organized around the world. Those challenges are leading to outcomes where we would like to see the ocean and the people that depend on it by 2030 at the end of the decade. So the type of interventions we see in the decade very much range from large international efforts focusing on ocean basins or specific global challenges, for example, ocean acidification, ocean noise, ocean observation, but also to more regional and national efforts and activities. And we generate these contributions in those actions through a call for action, which is generated twice a year. We channel those efforts towards the 10-decade challenges, and this is very much where we need to make the difference. And those 10-decade challenges are organized around three main areas, I would say, those which really address priority issues in the area of pollution, of biodiversity, climate change, where we have the most important existential threats and changes in the ocean. But we're also looking at opportunities from the ocean, from the sustainable economic point of view, but also the food production. So that's one group of a cluster of challenges. The second one is really how we generate and invest, boost, increase investment in ocean science infrastructure, particularly with a focus on observation, on data, on developing early warning systems, but also developing the new services of tomorrow that stakeholders will need to implement ocean activities in a more sustainable and safe way. And then the last group of clusters we address through the decade challenges are anything related to capacities, to the translation of science into policy, the translation of science at the societal level through ocean literacy, through capacity development, and also aspects related to equity in terms of technologies. Those decade actions are endorsed through a specific process. We have criteria, and I think it's very important to define that we are not just talking about scientific initiatives. We're talking about initiatives that are also very much providing solutions to specific problems. They are policy relevance. They need to be open data principles in those actions that we endorse. And they need to engage end users, which is also a very essential element of a decade in terms of bringing this concept of co-design. This means that we are generating an ecosystem of actions, and those actions are not working independently, but they are working together and helping to identify gaps, priorities, and generate new actions. So it is very much a very dynamic process, which is now led to where we are with this global movement, as Vidar has mentioned, with this basically over 4,500 institutions which are globally involved in the decade and which are also contributing, working on a daily basis to deliver the necessary science and knowledge for decision making. So if we look at where we are, and this is our usual dashboard slide to give you a bit of an overview. We have this very high number of decade actions in terms of programs that have been endorsed, with over 76 countries leading decade actions around the world. And you can see how those decade actions matches the different type of challenges that we have. But what's important here is that the work also happens not only at the global scale, but also through the regional and the national dimensions. And those are essential, because if we want the decade to succeed, we need to have this dialogue also at the national level. And this is why early on we've advocated for the concept of establishing national decade committees, where the scientific providers and the science users and decision makers can get together, work together, and also identify at the national level how to really generate and catalyze more investments in ocean science for sustainable development. We also work through collaborative centers. Even though IOC is the lead organization implementing the decade, we cannot do this on our own, and we need to foster partnerships with other institutions who have a strong international mandate, expertise, regional mandate as well. And this is why we've been able to establish over 11 collaborative centers who really act as conveners within their own realm, generating new actions, generating more communication on the decade and engagement. And I think, another key element is, how we engage with different group of stakeholders, and I'll address that in my next slide. But certainly, it's very important to really tailor the message with the audience, and this is why, early on we identified the philanthropic community as a really key contributor to the decade, and we actually established this foundation network even before the decade started. But we also want to leverage the goodwill and the political leadership of individuals, of countries, of companies that are ready to engage into those areas. And this is why we established the Ocean Decade Alliance, which is basically a group of high-level champions and advocates of the decade. And we are very pleased to have the honorary Nippon Foundation Chairman Sasakawa-san joining the Ocean Decade Alliance in June in Nice. So this is also an important group who can also convey and leverage influence across the policy world. So just want to finish on this general introduction on the decade and really give you a message that the decade is not just the business of ocean scientists. It really much is involving a broad and diverse range of stakeholders and partners from across society, emphasizing really the critical importance of collaboration at global, regional, and national level. And it also provides this collaboration framework designed to advance transformative ocean science. And it does this by facilitating this co-design and co-delivery of science-based actions, but also strengthening the capacity development and mobilizing partnership and resources, as well as promoting the integration of ocean knowledge. This convening and interface that we are facilitating needs to work at various scales, and from global to national and even sometimes local, where we need to really focus on the delivery of solutions required to address the problems that we are facing. So after this general introduction, let me now focus maybe on a few key areas where we are, I think, starting to make a difference. And I just want to maybe start with the first one, which has already been mentioned this morning, which is the High Seas Treaty, the BBNJ process, where we just completed a second round of preparation in New York last week. And this process, at the time of the decade, when we launched the decade, was not even agreed, but in 2023, we had a major step forward with the agreement reached amongst member states. And now the process of entering into force will soon happen, because as we are reaching the number of member states that have already ratified, and it's quite likely that as of the beginning of next year, the process will start going. And I think the decade here is very well placed to make a strong contribution to this process. We have in our portfolio a number of international programs delivering essential information and knowledge on the biodiversity of the high seas. And I just pulled a few of those logos from those programs. We have, of course, the Seabed 2030 initiative, which aims to get the seafloor mapped. We have the Ocean Biomolecular Observing Network, which is really advancing the application of eDNA monitoring technologies for monitoring and assessing marine biodiversity. We have a deep ocean observing strategy, which is really looking at establishing systematic observation of deep sea ecosystems. We have the ocean census, which is generating data and that also contributing to the ocean biodiversity information system that the IOC manages, which basically provides the global database on all existing marine species of the ocean. So all of these are generating very important digital tools, models, maps, and also assessment of helping us to develop and identify the biodiversity baseline. But also there's a strong focus on capacity development and really addressing other aspects such as equity and inclusion, and as well as access and participation of underrepresented stakeholders. In the decade, we also consider the important contribution of indigenous and local knowledge systems, and this is also an issue which is emerging quite strongly in the BBNJ discussions. So I think what is important now is that these efforts really strengthen the scientific foundation of BBNJ and equip the stakeholders with the tools and data necessary to protect biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. And what is also required is that now those programs are consolidated and really we can package the information so that it can be used by the stakeholders of the BBNJ process, not least the member states who will soon have the capacity to promote and provide submissions for high seas MPAs. And I just want to note that, again, the important role of philanthropy in this process, because some of those programs are directly funded by philanthropic organizations. The other area I want to highlight is the ocean data aspects. And again, Vidar has mentioned this. And despite, I think, notable increases in data availability, it's no secret that we still have huge gaps in ocean data. And this really limits very much our capacity to fully understand ocean processes and inform ocean management. So we must fill these gaps by collecting new data, yes, but we also need to exploit the vast amounts of existing data sets that are really locked away in unconnected databases. And here, the role of industry and governments is essential. And this is why, with this idea in mind and to really create a common vision of what the decade can deliver in terms of data, we decided to develop this data and information strategy that really address issues related to those aspects, with the ambition of leaving a strong legacy beyond 2030. So the main vision of this strategy is very much to build a trusted, inclusive, and interconnected ocean data and information ecosystem that will be actively used for decision-making to support sustainable ocean management. So it's really about making sure that the data generated by the decade is accessible, usable, and responds to the needs of stakeholders. But it is also about ensuring that we have a strong legacy and ways and methodologies for exchanging this data. One, I think, innovative approach in this area that where we're working on is engaging the private sector. And this is why in 2023, we established the Ocean Decade Corporate Data Groups, which is basically a group of companies that have agreed to work in this framework and potentially share the data that they are collecting on various aspects of the ocean. And this group was also very active at the UN Ocean Conference, where we had a very good event there. And they are already making important contributions, for example, in the area of bathymetric data and seabed floor. Right, my third example is focusing on aspects of capacity development. And one of the core objectives of the decade is really to create a level playing field in terms of science, meaning that we really want to ensure that we have fair and equitable situations where all countries can operate and under the same rules and have equal opportunity to engage in the decade. And I think we start with the harsh reality, and if you look at these three diagrams, the first one gives us really an overview that the science is really very much sitting in the global north, where we have not only the big countries indicated by the dots there, who are basically, in terms of science productivity, leading the world. But in addition to that, the collaboration amongst countries is primarily amongst those countries. And I think it really highlights that some of the countries from the south are not benefiting from this collaboration. So that's quite an issue that we need to address. The other one relates to investments in ocean science at the national level, and in particular, this is coming out of a global ocean science report that the IOC produces every 2 to 3 years. And I think, again, shows a very low level of investment in terms of proportion of research into the national research budget. The third one shows capacity in terms of research vessels. Again, globally, we can see that the big countries are generally the ones who have a capacity. So this is an area that we certainly need to address. And one way to address this is to develop tailored capacity development programs addressing the needs of stakeholders. This is, for example, what we're doing with the Capacity Development Facility, which is a project that has been funded by the Flemish government, and which is really aiming at addressing some of those capacity development gaps and connecting institutions by linking capacity needs with providers of training, skills, and expertise, with a specific focus on smaller and developing states, LDCs, and early career ocean professionals. So this is an initiative that will be launching a new platform this month. Certainly, it will not fix all the issues, but I think this kind of initiative that we need to put in place to generate more cooperation and more coordination, because a lot of our organizations are doing capacity development, and very often, not in a very connected or coordinated way. And I think the summit that Vidar mentioned next year, which will be focusing on islands, will also be one way to try to address some of the needs of small island developing states when it comes to the decade. My last example is just to highlight the importance of making the case in terms of investments toward ocean science, and I think particularly in terms of building the evidence. I think the Barcelona conference that we had last year, I think highlighted certainly the importance of investments, and but at the same time, the lack of tangible evidence in terms of showing the benefits of investments. And this is why we launched this initiative together with our colleagues from the International Hydrographic Organization to try to develop a better evidence base for better decision making. And this will be one of the topic of discussions among the group this week, where we are now developing a roadmap. We published a white paper on these issues that was also presented at UNOC. And we would like really to have more quantitative data and provide the tools for countries to be able to make the case in front of our ministries of finances, in front of our ministries of environment and others, those who really have access to the resources. So, priorities for the second half of the decade, I will try to accelerate because I'm running out of time. I just want to highlight the 2024 Ocean Decade Conference, which I think was an important moment for the global community behind the decade, which focused on developing a new set of ocean science priorities, which very much still align with our 10-decade challenges, but really give a little bit more focus on where we need to be and what would success look like by 2030. And those, I think, are some of those issues are very important, and this is where we need to keep our eyes on the ball in terms of where we need to continue to generate new actions, for example, in the areas of marine pollution, in the area of evidence-based sustainable ocean planning, aspects related to climate resilience, but also aspects related to social science and ocean literacy, which are very, very important. So those priorities will continue to drive our agenda in the years to come. And beyond that, there are also areas which are more systemic that we need to address. And this is, I think, one of the beauty of a decade, that it can really generate discussions around some of those aspects. And those relate, for example, to the need for more systematic processes for policy and user needs to engage in the generation and application of science, aspects relating to financing, to capacity development, and the use and inclusion of indigenous and local knowledge. Now, a midterm evaluation was conducted at the end of 2024 and was presented to the IOC member states at the IOC Assembly this June. And I think this also provides some directions in terms of where we need to strengthen our efforts, whether it is at the level of engagement with other UN frameworks and UN bodies. And certainly this is something that we've been starting to do from the beginning, but we have 26 UN agencies dealing with ocean aspects. All of them have specific needs and requirements, and I think this required also a targeted approach to really demonstrate the contribution of a decade to those agendas. We need to focus on strengthening the different levels of implementation from global to national level. We need to really ensure also consolidation of decade actions in terms of impacts and demonstrating the value in terms of policy aspects. And then we need to also address and continue to address the resource mobilization elements of the ocean decade. So last couple of slides, I just want to highlight that we have, and we've already started to work towards the next big meeting of the ocean decade, which is in 2027, and which will be an important moment to bring the community together to showcase and track achievements, but very much also to further refine ocean decade priorities for the remainder of the decade. By the time we will have 3 years left to achieve our goals, and certainly a lot of the discussions will also focusing on partnerships and what we would like to have at the end of the decade in terms of infrastructures, in terms of new governance processes, and new services that science is delivering to society. So to do this, we were very pleased to announce in June our new host. And you can see this will be Brazil, the city of Rio de Janeiro, who was selected after a competitive process. And we will now be working together with the Ocean Decade community in starting to identify a number of regional and thematic gatherings to start getting the communities to work together towards the preparation of that meeting. With the concept of developing a number of regional and thematic action plans and developing cross-cutting priorities to be able to have a meaningful discussion and commitments coming out of this conference. So in conclusion, a lot of momentum has been achieved, and we have this growing level of engagement at the science level, at the national level, with specific group of stakeholders. At the same time, we need to start, consolidating across all those actions, 60 programs, over 400 projects. And I think we will certainly use the Ocean Decade Conference 2027 to do this, particularly in terms of identifying the remaining gaps, addressing governance amongst different actions, as well as infrastructures. We need to also address more specifically the actions, the science policy gaps. Yeah, in terms of delivering specific pathways to increase that science policy impact. The issue of seeds and LDCs and key capacities will continue to be a focus. Mobilizing resources via strategic advocacy in partnership is very much something we started to do from day one, and we will continue to do that. And again, finally, I think defining very important clear success metrics, success stories, and demonstrating evidence of benefits will be very important to continue the global engagement in the decade. So with this, of course, all of this we cannot do on our own, and I certainly hope that you will continue, or if you are new to this process, you will engage in the implementation of a decade, and so that we can all jointly achieve the outcomes that we want, that is the science we need for the ocean we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Julian, for your comprehensive progress update.
ここでご来賓からの
We will now have remarks from distinguished guests. Mr. Atsushi Nonaka, Senior Vice Minister for Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology. Please. This is Atsushi Nonaka, Senior Vice Minister of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology, Japan. It's my great pleasure to extend my heartfelt congratulations on the convening of the Ocean Decade Fifth Foundation's Dialogue. Mr. Yohei Sasakawa, Honorary Chairman of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation and the Nippon Foundation, Dr. Atsushi Tsunami, President of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and Mr. Vidar Helgesen, Executive Secretary of the IOC-UNESCO, the organizers who worked hard to put together this conference, Professor Michida, Chair of the IOC-UNESCO, as well as ambassadors, members of the diplomatic missions in Tokyo, representatives of international foundations, philanthropic organizations, and other distinguished participants from Japan and abroad. Let me tell you that I'm truly honored to participate in this meeting together with all of you. Japan is a maritime nation surrounded by the sea on all sides, with an EEZ area ranked 6th in the world. Through the government's headquarters for ocean policy, we have positioned ocean policy as a strategic pillar for Japan's growth, aspiring to be both a maritime nation and a science and technology-oriented nation. The ocean connects us to the world. The ocean is the mother of life, and the ocean is directly linked to global challenges such as climate change, natural disasters, resources, and ecosystems. The importance of promoting ocean science through international cooperation has never been greater. The international community must work as one to accelerate the implementation of the United Nations Ocean Decade. The government of Japan has long contributed to the international advancement of the UN Ocean Decade through both human resources and financial support. Our ministry, MEXT, has been providing contributions to the IOC Trust Fund at UNESCO to support the organization of international conferences for building consensus among diverse stakeholders, as well as outreach activities. Furthermore, yesterday at the meeting of the National Commission for UNESCO of Japan convened at MEXT, a recommendation to the minister was formulated regarding Japan's policy toward this year's UNESCO General Conference. This recommendation highly values the leading role of the IOC in the UN Ocean Decade and stated as follows. As a country committed to being both a maritime nation and a science and technology-oriented nation, Japan should continue to support the IOC in raising awareness of the importance of ocean science, engaging academia, policymakers in ocean and SDGs-related fields, industry, civil society, NGOs, and funders, thereby mobilizing the entire UN community. As this demonstrates, the further advancement of the UN Ocean Decade requires the united efforts of all stakeholders, guided by the spirit of one planet, one ocean, one team. I look forward to deepening collaboration with all of you gathered here today. In closing, I wish this dialogue every success, and I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you so much.
野中様、誠
Thank you, Excellency. Finally, may I request Mr. Yohei Sasakawa, Honorary Chairman of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation at the Nippon Foundations, to deliver his address.
Mr. Vidal Helgesen, Executive Secretary, IOC-UNESCO Secretariat, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and colleagues. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the UN Ocean Decade 5th Foundation's Dialogue held here in Tokyo. I also wish to express my deepest gratitude to all those whose dedicated effort have made this important gathering possible. The Mother Ocean that nurtures all life on Earth is crying out quietly in distress, even as we gather here today. As you are aware, in less than 150 years since the Industrial Revolution, humankind has placed enormous burden upon the ocean as modernization progressed. The list of serious damage such as ocean pollution, acidification, illegal fishing, and the loss of biodiversity are so numerous that it's even difficult to count. These problems can no longer be addressed by one nation or region alone. They demand concerted global action from the international community. For more than 60 years since our inception, the Nippon Foundation has placed ocean-related initiatives as our top priority. Among them, the development of human resources in the ocean domain has been a central pillar. In close cooperation with international institutions such as the World Maritime University, the International Maritime Law Institute, the Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea of the United Nations, and the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. We have fostered over 1,800 ocean professionals from 156 countries. And also, within a framework of the UN Ocean Decade, we continue our involvement in the international collaborative projects, such as the Seabed 2030, which facilitates the concrete mapping of the global ocean floor by the year 2030, and Ocean Census, which seeks to discover new ocean life species, of which it is said that no more than only 10% has been identified. We believe that these efforts not only advance science, but also strengthen the bond that unites people across the world. Thanks to the leadership of Director General Helgesen, awareness of the ocean issues is now growing across the globe in a serious manner. This is an encouraging step forward. Yet, I believe that the UN Ocean Decade must not be the goal, but rather only the starting point. Without a healthy ocean, there can be no future for humanity. If we are to aspire to a lasting prosperity, we must act with a long-term vision that extends not just 10 years, but 500 years, even 1,000 years into the future. Excellencies, guests, and participants, there are more than 200 countries in the world, but only one ocean. It is an invaluable common heritage of humankind. Let us join hands to safeguard this shared asset, to use it sustainably and ensure that it continues to nurture peace and prosperity for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Mr. Ryohei Sasakawa, the Honorary Chairman of the Nippon Foundation of the Sasakawa Peace Foundations, for your very thoughtful sharing. Your message will surely serve as a roadmap for our discussion over the next 2 days as we walk toward developing a Tokyo statement. Without further delay, we'd like to close our inaugural session. Thank you so much for coffee break. So may I request to sit everyone to start our next high-level plenary sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the high-level roundtable with ambassadors, experts, and practitioners on the theme of driving ocean leadership and innovation, advancing governance, blue economy, and marine sciences to achieve 30-30 goal. This session will be moderated by the President of Ocean Policy Research Institute, the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Professor Dr. Mitsuatako Makino-san. And we are honored to have 5 distinguished speakers today, 2 of whom will be joining in virtually. So may I request our distinguished moderator, Dr. Mitsuo Makino-san, with other panelists taking the stage.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Excellency, distinguished guests and colleagues. And thank you very much for coming back from the coffee break. Okay, now we are going to start the very first session of the Foundation Dialogue. It is the high-level round table with ambassadors, experts, and practitioners. And the theme of this session is driving ocean leadership and innovation, Advancing Governance, Blue Economy, and Marine Science to Achieve 30 by 30. And we have 5 distinguished guests. But first, please let me introduce the brief description of this session. This session will revolve around the leadership to advance governance, blue economy, and ocean science. The speakers, we have 5 distinguished speakers here. 3 of them are here attending in person, and 2 are online, I believe. And they are going to present their strategy and ambition from their distinguished standpoint in international ocean community, as well as their expectation to the foundations to implement action under UN Ocean Decade. The discussion in this session is expected to support and stimulate the following sessions for next 3 days and contributing to the Tokyo Statement. Okay, then please let me introduce our distinguished panelists. First, next to me, Her Excellency Ms. Christine Igram. She has decades of experience as a distinguished diplomat, and now she is the ambassador of Norwegian Embassy to Japan. Before coming to Tokyo, she was serving as a diplomat in Beijing, Prague, New York, Shanghai, and so on. She has a lot of experiences in diplomacy. Our next speaker is Professor Yutaka Michida, the chair of the IOC-UNESCO, and also the professor of the University of Tokyo. Professor Michida is the first Japanese national to serve as the chair of IOC-UNESCO. We are very proud of that. He was first elected to the chairmanship at the 32nd Assembly in June 2023, 2 years ago, and then re-elected this July, in Paris, headquarters of the UNESCO, at the 33rd Assembly of the IOC-UNESCO. He serves as the Special President Envoy for UN Ocean Decade of the University of Tokyo. Okay, then, Dr. Saif Mohammed Al-Gais. He is a distinguished marine biologist and environmental leader from the United Arab Emirates. He is now the chair of the IOC India, it means the subcommission of the Indian Ocean of IOC-UNESCO. And he previously served as the Director General of the Environmental Protection and Development Authority, EPDA, in Ras Al Khaimah, UAE. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, he is currently serving as the chair of IOC India. And then we have 2 more panelists online. I hope they can show their faces here. Yeah. Okay. Ms. Shieda Rizwana Hassan. She is a Bangladeshi lawyer and environmentalist. She is currently an advisor to the interim government of Bangladesh in Ministry of Environment, Forest, and Climate Change. She was awarded many awards. Among them is the Goldman Environmental Prize in 2009 and the Roman Magsaysay Award in 2012 for her works. Now he's making a call. Okay. Our final panelist is Her Excellency Ms. Ilana V. Said. She is the permanent representative of Palau to the United Nations, and also the chair of the Alliance of Small Island States, IOCs. Okay, then I think we can move on now. All right. Okay, then, as the first part of this session, I would like to invite each of the panelists to give us a short introduction of what is his or her perspectives or strategies or visions about the UN Ocean Decade and role of the foundations. 5 minutes each. All right, thank you. Then please let me start off Ambassador Igrum, please.
Thank you so much, Makino-san, for the kind introduction. I must say on the onset that I feel rather humble of being at this panel with real experts on this topic, but many thanks to OPRI and IOC for the kind invitation to speak here today. It is really a true honor for me to have this opportunity to say a few words about Norway's efforts within ocean science and policy, a topic very close to the heart of the Norwegian government. And as we heard in the introductions, partners from 76 countries are active in ocean decade actions, so Norway is definitely not alone, but I hope what I'm contributing with today could maybe serve as some sort of an inspiration. And I would also like to say that the ocean is, of course, also an important topic for the Norwegian Embassy in Tokyo, and we highly appreciate the close collaboration both with OPRI and Sasakawa Peace Foundation over the years, with oceans as a key topic of joint interest. Well, Norway has the world's second longest coastline after Canada, and our geography defines who we are as a nation, and that has been the way over centuries. So therefore, I think it is just quite understandable that Norway take our responsibility seriously when it comes to contributing to ensure that there will always be life in the oceans. From my government's point of view, the management of marine resources and all our ocean policies must be based on knowledge and sound scientific advice. And that is, of course, also why this foundation dialogue is so important, to increase the scientific understanding of this very important topic. Norway's international ocean engagement is not new. We have been at the forefront of many groundbreaking initiatives over successive Norwegian governments. And let me just briefly mention some of them as an example. So we're active in the development of the law of the sea and are still very active in the protection of the law of the sea. We strive for the combat of plastics and other types of pollution, and we are proud to co-chair together with Rwanda the High Ambition Coalition to End Plastic Pollution, where we are also very pleased to have Japan among the members. We are active in the negotiations to phase out greenhouse gas emissions from the shipping industry, again, Norway as a major shipping nation, and we are very pleased to have a close collaboration with Japan also in this regard. We provide assistance to promote marine management in developing countries, and our Minister of International Development keeps this very high on his agenda. And the Norwegian Prime Minister is co-chair of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, together with the Prime Minister of Palau. And we, again, also appreciate Japan's steady effort and commitment to the ocean panel. Because, as we know, the aim of the ocean panel is to enhance humanity's relationship with the ocean, to bridge ocean health and wealth, and to work with diverse stakeholders and harness the latest knowledge. Very important topics, all of these. If I turn to the UN Ocean Decade, Norway is very committed to contributing to its success, and we conduct high-level ocean research on a broad scale in most of our universities and institutes, such as the Institute of Marine Research in Bergen and also SINTEF. Most of Norway's ocean research, I should add, however, is publicly funded, as this is the norm in Norway. So even if we have some foundations and also some private corporations that contribute, the majority of ocean activities in Norway are initiated and funded by the government. And as you maybe also saw from the opening remarks, we are in the forefront when it comes to providing funding for science and technology in this regard. So that is also why it was the Norwegian Research Council that was tasked to establish our Ocean Secretariat in 2019 that proposed Norwegian contributions and priorities linked to the Ocean Decade. And the Research Council has also been instrumental in launching multilateral initiatives, such as the Ocean Decade Data Coordination Group in 2021. So I am very glad to report to you that the support and the momentum for the Ocean Decade is growing in Norway, and several initiatives are underway, such as outreach and community engagement, and also an early career ocean professional network that was established this year, just as examples of what is ongoing. Towards the end, I should also mention, as Norway is an Arctic nation, that the Arctic Ocean is, of course, very important for what we are all discussing here today. We see dramatic changes in ice level from our research facilities in the Arctic, and the same, of course, also happens in the Antarctica, where we are also active, just like Japan. So that's why we all see that action is needed. We need to develop scientific knowledge, and we need to develop partnerships, and Norway is definitely committed to contribute and to do our share to make this happen together with our friends here in Japan and internationally. So even if foundations do not play a major role in Norway's own efforts, it is of course of crucial importance to also engage you, the foundations, in the important work to preserve the world oceans. Because as Mr. Helgesen so well put in his opening remarks, you have definitely a role to play beside government initiatives. So with this, I therefore hope that this 5th Foundations Dialogue will be a great success with an important contribution in our strive for ocean science and conservation. And many thanks again to Sasakawa Peace Foundation for hosting us today. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Iglum. Now, let us invite Professor Yutaka Michida, Chair of the IOC-UNESCO.
Good. Oh, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm Yutaka Michida. Good morning, everybody. It's my great pleasure and honor to be a part of this kind of exciting panel here. Before my comment, I'd like to extend my appreciation to all the stakeholders and experts participating in and contributing to the activities to promote the UN Decade Ocean Science. On behalf of the UNESCO IOC as a coordinating organization for the decade. In particular, highest appreciation to members of Foundation Dialogue here, whose discussion have been a strong driving force, I'm sure, for promotion of UN Decade of Ocean Science. Actually, I have been deeply and widely involved in IOC activities over the last 40 years. And I'm now the chair since 2023, and my term will be over at the end of next IOC Assembly in 2027. So my comment today will be based on my some sort of long experience regarding the international cooperation in marine science and on my personal expertise on research and physical oceanography, rather than reflecting any of the IOC's official positions or commitment. So this is my personal comment. And as we heard about the priority for the next 5 years presented by Gillian Barbier, my colleague, I'll not repeat them here, but I'd like to focus upon some sort of a couple of essential points in my mind towards the common goals of UN Decade Ocean Science and the related targets. First one would be the region keyword region. The decade set up 7 societal outcomes and the 10 key challenges. They are all for a global agenda, of course. However, I'd like to emphasize the importance of further enhancement of global initiative towards these goals, but it is not realistic for a single country or a community or group to cover global ocean and to address issues globally. So regional interests and the perspectives will be of effective driving force even in achieving global outcomes. This is the point. The IOC has the 4 regional subcommissions, including IOC-Indio, and Western Pacific, Caribbean, and Africa. So these regional subsidiary bodies of IOC can be a coordinating platform to promote activities of UN Decade of Ocean Science from these regions. Along this line, a regional coordination mechanism for the Ocean Decade is essential to accelerate actions in the second half of the UN Decade. The second point I'd like to mention is the reliable model or reliable prediction model. There have been more than 500 ongoing projects and programs to achieve goals of UN Decade as presented by Julian. All of them should be strongly promoted. But among them, I'd like to emphasize in particular the innovative role of development of digital twin for global ocean. There are many critical issues, including climate change and sea level rise, marine hazards, degrading marine and coastal ecosystems, and marine pollution, including those caused by plastic. To understand the present status and to predict possible changes in the future, all of these issues require reliable forecast for marine environment. With this regard, we need to develop applications 1 or 2 levels higher of the advanced or being advanced technology, such as quantum computer and artificial intelligence, for example. The third point I'd like to mention here is that a little bit different perspective, which is for the ocean literacy, importance of ocean literacy. The ocean is not for oceanographers only. It is one of the global commons for all lives on the planet. Along this line, I also like to stress the importance of promotion of ocean literacy. It is closely related to, and then a direct contribution to the 7th societal outcome of the decade, which is an inspiring and engaging ocean. As the ocean literacy is mentioned in the statement released as a result of UNOC held in Nice this year, so we need to raise our efforts for ocean literacy as well. It is not only to improve public awareness on the ocean, but hopefully to upgrade the level of public perception for the promotion of marine science based on the understandings of the oceanic systems. Without better public perception of marine science, policymakers cannot provide enough investment to such research. So I'd like to stop now for my first comment round, and then I'll be happy to discuss further in detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Michida. And yes, I completely agree with the importance of the public perception and literacy. And this afternoon, we are going to have that session specialized in the literacy. So yes. Okay, now we would like to invite our third panelist, Dr. Algais, the chair of IOC-Indio, please.
Good morning. It's still before 12 p.m., so I have to say good morning. And if you allow me, please, I will shed some light in the IOC-Indio. Excuse my voice. IOC-Indio, it formed as a committee, and it has about 19 countries as a member state in this committee. And about a year ago, it got uplifted to be a subcommission. I became like the chairman of IOC-Indio only 3 months ago. And this region is a very diverse, or if I may say, different countries, even though they are not very close to the region. We have France, Russia, and United States as a member state in this out of those 13 countries. The rest will be from the region, and we are hoping that some other country which used to be member at this subcommission gonna join soon, as we say. The way how we look at the region, I think our work needs probably 4 or 5 pillars to really do our ocean care work, if I may say, the protection of the ocean. The first one will be depend on governance, technology, science, and partnership. Those 4 pillars will really need finance. So the 5th one will be the finance if we really want to protect our ocean in this region. So when we look at the governance and cooperation between those states and between those countries, we believe that we should really have a working strategy, or, for example, an annual meeting for those states to look what's being done in the protection of the ocean. And in that way, we will be able to follow up our ocean work. In number 2, I think some of those countries, they need probably, and excuse me if I say that, they might need IOC support in, for example, drafting or updating their ocean strategy or blue economy. Some of those countries, they might need that, and we should really give them some support. And 3, we need to accelerate the ratification of international treaty, for example, the High Sea Treaty or MARPOL. That's need to be done in a lot of those countries. I did not mention the country because I don't want to miss any one of them. In number 2, I think there is a need of sharing data in the region. Some of those countries in the region, they have their own fleet or their own research vessel. But the way how we see it, probably we should, I think, have those vessels focus in either physical oceanography or biological oceanography or chemical oceanography, and have them share the data. And now, and in that way, it will be beneficial to all, and that's what we believe it should be done, because some of those countries, they do have their own research vessel. We need also to have a standard methodology or monitoring in the region, because it shouldn't be each country running its own program, and then we have to later on collect the data from a different methodology. And in number 3 or C, we need to educate the local people of each country. The young people, they should be educated in the field of oceanography. Moving to blue economy, in the blue economy of our region, we need to look at the fishery, how we should have really sustainable fishery, and we should use the renewable energy from the ocean, which is not that much being used in the region, and it should be considered. And the point before the last, climate resilience, the way how it should be in our region, we think it should be taken ecosystem approach. For example, in UAE, my country, they start up with 100 million mangrove tree to be planted. And they should have 100 million tree of mangrove. We have Avicenna marina in that area by 2030. We started also in the coral reef by having the dome-shaped artificial reef. And number 3, in some places, we need really to focus in seagrass bed. Those are three, I think, ecosystem, plus probably salt marshes, which people doesn't look at it that much, that need to be looked at. And moving to finance, I don't know, I'm doing in time, and finance, I don't know if it's the right place for me to say that here, or probably some law firm people could advise on that. I was thinking, since most of those countries, or all of those countries, they have their own fishing vessel or maybe a pleasure boat, I was thinking, why don't IOC, for example, should not make it mandatory, but it should be optional. Of those people, they just, when they re-register, they just pay $1 for the IOC. But I don't know if that's possible to do it or not. I was just searching the number of vessels in India and United States, and I came up for almost more than 200,000. So I was thinking, just from those two countries, if you are getting only $1 per ship, we will have a good number to be invested in the work of the IOC or the work of the region. And at the end, I will say our work also, we should involve the stakeholder. And when I say stakeholder, I mean fishermen and the local community or the indigenous people. Because in some places, some countries, they take decision for doing some, what you call it, project or program in the ocean without involving those people, and sometimes it does not succeed. So we should really have those people be involved. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Argaitz. Yes, because this is our first foundation dialogue held in Japan, held in Asia. So the voice of the Asia is very, very important. And so your comments are highly appreciated. Thank you very much. All right, next, I would like to invite Ms. Sheda Ridwan Hassan online. Ms. Hassan, yes, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the Sasakawa Peace Foundation for giving me the opportunity to join online, the esteemed colleagues who have spoken before me, and the audience. I come from Bangladesh, and we are known for the Bay of Bengal, which we consider, the divine presence of Bay of Bengal has been extremely beneficial for the country, and I would say that it has actually been beneficial not only for the country, but for the region as a whole, because it has improved the connectivity within the region, and it has helped in boosting the economic activities of the country. While we are a country that has the presence of Bay of Bengal, which has definitely increased connectivity, the government of Bangladesh is investing in developing with support from Japan and other bilateral partners to increase the port facilities, go for a deep sea port in the southern part of Bangladesh, with the hope that it will increase the commerce volume of the country. We at the same time are very mindful of the natural resources that the presence of seas and oceans can offer. We have already done research to support blue economy, and the government has implemented a project called the Assessment of Coastal and Marine Biodiversity Resources and Ecosystem. Under this project, a study was conducted for the assessment of coastal and marine biodiversity resources and ecosystem with the help of the leading university of the country. A database of coastal and marine resources and ecosystem is developed. Furthermore, a conservation management plan and monitoring protocol for these areas have also been prepared. the government has completed a research project titled Projection of Sea Level Rise and Assessment of its Sectoral Impact, but I'll come to that later. So while we have done the assessment of our coastal resources, I must say that the potential that Bangladesh has for sea fish is grossly undermined. So we welcome countries who have keen interest and appetite for sea fish to consider partnership with Bangladesh. We are ready to provide you with land. Bangladesh is also a riverine country, so the people of this country have developed a taste for sweetwater fishery. We are not very keen to have seafood as our main protein supply. But I understand that there are economies in the country and there are clientele in other countries who love seafood. And we have got wonderful seafood to offer to you. So if anyone is interested to develop a seafood processing unit here in Bangladesh, we are ready to help you with land. We definitely invest in sustainable harvesting. Bangladesh has also identified the marine protected area, but for full-blown development and offering full-fledged protection to that area, which is rich in fishery, which is rich in forestry and biodiversity, we welcome international cooperation. The most popular tourist spots in Bangladesh remain the Cox's Bazar Sea Beach, which is the largest unbroken sea beach of the world. To complement that, we have a coral island, a very sensitive coral island, where we have the globally endangered olive riddle turtles. We do have other islands where we have globally endangered species that we are taking special care of. We also have sea areas where we see both sunrise and sunset. While these areas are not really developing in a very planned way, the threats that we face remain the plastic pollution that we receive as a downstream country from our upstream neighboring countries. But the most horrifying one is the threats that we are faced with from climatic change. It is being predicted that if we don't do our mitigation job properly, then 1/3 of Bangladesh, which is the coastal part of Bangladesh, will go under water. Bangladesh is already one of the most populated countries of the world. So if 1/3 of the country has to go underwater, and when we are to accept that reality, that means that population of this 1/3 part of the country will move to the 2/3 part of the country, which is already overpopulated. So the coastal area of Bangladesh is faced with the risk of sea level rise, and this is a very harsh reality for 52 small island countries. And I urge the international community to come forward and ensure that these 52 small island countries, along with the 19 coastal districts of Bangladesh, are saved from sea level rise and eventual inundation. Bangladesh, in terms of plastic contamination, remains ninth in the country, ninth in the world. This is because we received the plastic flow from upstream countries, and our management, of course, is not up to the mark. So in terms of the countries that mismanage their plastic waste, our position is ninth, which is very regrettable. So in the plastic convention negotiation, which each time is having very frustrating outcomes, we have been urging that there should be special provision for countries like ours with special geographic situation. The other harsh reality with regard to our coastal environment management remain an industry called the shipbreaking industry, which they're trying to regulate with the Hong Kong Convention, which I personally consider grossly deficient. So in the process of shipbreaking, the toxic laden vessels of other countries, the developed countries, are ending up on our beaches. And the breaking method is still very old and it is hardly normal, although some yards claim that they do have containing facilities, but they're still operating on the beaches, which no developed country would allow in their part of the world. But some of them are actually advocating for this to be practiced in Bangladesh under the veil of the Hong Kong Convention. This is a serious matter that needs global attention. Bangladesh, in line with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, has decided to declare 10% of its coastal areas as protected area. And we have set up a blue economic cell under the cabinet division. It is one of the first signatories of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement and has also ratified it in 2024. So Bangladesh, with its limited national capacity, is trying to protect its coastal resources, but it will be wonderful to see development partners coming forward in boosting up our seafood industry. While Bangladesh remains busy in protecting its coastal forest and its coastal communities from the threats of plastic contamination and sea level rise. I would like to conclude by urging you all to build on a consensus and cross-sector collaboration to achieve Goal 14 of the SDG of the UN through a sustainable approach of management of the ocean resources. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Hassan, for sharing the very insightful thoughts about the opportunity for the blue economy development, as well as the issues and challenges you are facing, including the sea level rise. And now we would like to invite Ambassador Said. She's the permanent representative of Palau to the United Nations and Alliance of Small Island States, AOSIS. Ambassador Said, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening from New York, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Thank you very much to the Sasakawa Peace Foundation for the very kind invitation, and it's a great honor to be here with you for this very important dialogue. I have the very nice privilege of speaking as the chair of the Alliance of Small Island States that represent 39 nations here at the UN whose lives and livelihoods are inseparably tied to the ocean. I also serve as the Sherpa co-chair for the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, also known as the Ocean Panel. Very nice to be here with our colleague from Norway, who's our co-chair as well, where leaders are working to chart a course for a healthy, prosperous, and resilient ocean future. That's built upon three pillars. One is equity, one is sustainable production, and the third is effective protection. So for Palau, the ocean is not just a backdrop to policy discussions. It's really the bedrock of our economy, our culture, and our survival. And for us, the 30 by 30 target, it's not just an aspirational slogan, but it's really a lifeline. Through AOSIS, we've consistently pressed that the governance of the ocean must be rooted in equity. Small island developing states contribute very little to the pressures that degrade our marine ecosystems. Yet we are the first to face the devastating loss of biodiversity, the collapse of fisheries, and the impacts of climate change. And our government systems must ensure that those who depend most on the ocean also have the strongest voice in deciding its future. As co-chair of the Ocean Panel, I have seen the power of aligning science, policy, and finance, but science can't remain in the halls of academia or locked in institutions. Far from our shores, it must flow directly to communities and empowering them to act. Which brings me to my expectation, the prompt that was circulated in the concept note of the foundation is in advancing collaboration, communication, and resource mobilization under the UN Ocean Decade. So my call is threefold. One is on collaboration, and that's to work in genuine partnerships with governments, regional organizations, and local communities. For islands like mine, collaboration means our priorities aren't just consulted, but centered. On communication, we hope that platforms can be used to amplify island innovation. And too often our success stories from community-led marine protected areas to traditional management practices like Palau's bull remain invisible. And it's important that different knowledge systems in the Pacific and in many small islands, we call it traditional knowledge, and it's the lived wisdom of local communities must be elevated alongside scientific findings. And by sharing these widely, foundations can inspire action well beyond our shores. Thirdly, on resource mobilization, we really need help bridging the gap between ambition and implementation. Small islands are very ready to lead, but we need financing that's predictable, accessible, and targeted. And foundations can catalyze this quickly and ensure that science, technology, and capacity building reach those who need it the most. I'll now transition into an area that I care very much about, and so does my president. But if we are truly to advance ocean science, we must also turn our gaze to the deep sea, a vast frontier that remains largely unknown. For SIDS, it's not an abstract space, it's part of our sovereign waters and our heritage. The deep ocean holds mysteries that may transform our understanding of climate regulation, biodiversity, and even medical science. It's also fragile, and once disturbed, it might not be restored so easily. So foundations have a crucial role to play in supporting deep sea research that prioritizes conservation, transparency, and knowledge sharing so that decisions about this final frontier are guided by science and not short-term exploitation. When we speak of the blue economy, many describe it as untapped potential, but for us, it's already our present. Our fisheries, marine tourism, and renewable energy sustain us, but it must be managed with care, and growth can't come at the expense of ecosystems. So we want to work with foundations and with science alongside traditional knowledge and have that wisdom guide us. And it does remind us that sustainability isn't new. For Palau and many, many islands in the Pacific, it's ancient knowledge, and it needs to be applied to modern challenges. I think I'll kind of end there, but we are very excited to continue to collaborate. And I think I'll also support some of the comments made by the colleagues that the ocean is a very large space, but it's all interconnected. And we need to figure out ways where, is it regional cooperation, or in some cases, it's kind of different ecosystems exist in different regions. So for SIDS, where a lot of us have very healthy coral reefs, but they are challenged under the threat of climate change. So how do we organize our knowledge systems, and then how can we put those into the best use? I think would be a very welcome collaborative effort with the foundation as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Said. Thank you very much, all the participants, panelists, for sharing your very valuable insights based on distinguished experiences. Yes, we found that we are sharing many things in common, and we have a lot of opportunity for the blue economic development, as well as many issues we are facing, and actually we are facing together to deal with. And also, thank you very much for very valuable information about global and regional and domestic initiatives to deal with these issues and the role of science and education. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to move to the discussion part of this session, and especially because this meeting is a foundation dialogue, so I would like to focus our discussion more on the role of foundations. Now, I would like to ask for all speakers, what is your expectations to the foundations to advance collaboration, communication, and resource mobilization in ocean science? What is your expectations? Right. Please, Who would like to start? Yes, Ambassador, please.
Let me start. I think I should be very brief and leave more room for my fellow panelists who are, like I mentioned earlier, experts in the field. But maybe just when I listen to what everyone says, obviously the tasks are enormous. There is a lot of work to be done. So I think it's quite obvious we need all stakeholders, and therefore foundations play a very important role in addition to the governments. But again, we saw the photo or the picture earlier of you know, the research and the science as part of GDP and what countries actually provide, and the picture wasn't very promising. So obviously governments should step up, but in addition, definitely we need the foundations. And again, I think maybe my hope could be that the foundations could continue to play an important role, also by being, I would say, maybe braver than governments. Maybe you can be less diplomatic, you can be more efficient than governments, which I think would maybe be even more important in today's world, where we see important donors, the US stepping back, where it's definitely your role is even more important. So thank you so much, and good luck with the great, important work.
Thank you for the encouragement for us. Okay, next, Michida-san, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a lot of expectation to the foundations, but I like to highlight one or two things. First one is, please try to support, to encourage youth to join and to take actions regarding toward the future, because the ocean is there over the generations after the UN decade was over. So of course, I know all of the foundation already pay attention a lot about the engagement of the youth generation, but at the same time to enhance them, that is a quite important thing. And another thing is, as she mentioned, Ambassador mentioned, unfortunately, we have been how to say, much owed to the contribution from the United States with regard to the ocean observation, in global ocean observation. Roughly half of the ocean observation has been sustained by the US contributions. So we, as members of the United Nations organization, we try to change the situation, but at the same time, I'd like to ask, as a chair of the IOC, to consider the support from the foundations to maintain the global coverage of the ocean observations. And the third point I'll mention is please continue this kind of dialogue, because among the foundation to update their understanding or recognition or perspective of global ocean issues, including possible future direction of international community. So I like just to highlight the 3 points, but the many other points I'd like to expect. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Michida. We have 10 more minutes, but before closing, we would like to open the questions from the floor. So please try to be concise. And now, yes, please.
Okay, I won't take much. I think each one of us probably asking himself or herself, do we need the ocean or do the ocean need us? When we look at the Central Indian Ocean, that part of the world is the most populated from a point of a human being. I mean, the population of a human being in that area is very high. Therefore, we believe that each drop of that ocean has the right to be protected, and each human being has the right to use the ocean. So we need to find a balance, and we need to cooperate with each other to protect our ocean. That's all.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Hassan, please.
3 points quickly. I think it's important that the foundation and the likes engage in impartial assessment of the health of our oceans and the status of our resources, focusing on the species that are being threatened due to mindless, destructive activities being carried out by humankind in the name of extraction and development. Second is to help countries develop their sustainable blue economic models, not that we understand the notion equally and with the same depth. So to kind of help different economies to develop their blue economy models that will be sustainable. And the third one would be to work with nations on solutions. We all know the problems, but not all of us have the understanding about possible solutions or access to resources that are needed for solutions. So we would urge the foundation and similar groups to continue working with the nations to find solutions and to facilitate partnership. When we talk about developing a blue economic model, it is important that we get a counterpart to invest and to engage, to harness resources in a sustainable way. So since there are connections that the foundation has made, it would be really good if you can help countries like Bangladesh to develop partnership with the appropriate countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Ilana, please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I touched upon this briefly in my introductory remarks. So just to kind of quickly summarize, on collaboration means our priorities as SIDS are just consulted but centered. So really making sure that the stakeholders and the partnerships are inclusive. On communication, use platforms to amplify island innovation, and that also includes the incorporation of things like traditional knowledge and the lived wisdom of local communities to be elevated alongside scientific findings. And I think these are knowledge systems that have withstood the test of time. And I think if we share them more broadly, it's kind of part of that suite of solutions that we can help work with each other on promoting. And then finally, on resource mobilization, I think one of the comments was, could you be bolder? Certainly there's a gap in financing and a lack or kind of a receding of leadership in the ocean space. And we really need foundations to keep the momentum alive where some parties, states parties have kind of receded from the front line of leadership. So those are just the three things from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Okay, now we have many topics for deeper discussion for the coming days. But yeah, now I would like to open the floor and having a few questions from the floor. Yes, please. Okay, then Kobayashi-san, please identify yourself and also identify who you are asking the question.
Thank you, Masanori Kobayashi from Sasakawa Peace Foundation's wonderful panelists. Thank you for your discussions. I just wanted to ask questions to Dr. Gais. I think United Arab Emirates is hosting this World Conservation Congress this October with IUCN, and one of the critical issues would be how the conservationists can really build a partnership with the foundations and also maybe the private sector as well. And I just wanted to get your kind of directions or the ideas as to how the philanthropy foundations can play a distinct role in forging this ocean science or ocean conservation blue economies that can be synergistic with the private sector, but that can be differentiated from the role that the private sector or businesses play. I appreciate your insight on this. Thank you.
The IUCN meeting, which will be in Abu Dhabi, it's under the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. And I think they are the one who's really organizing that with the Environmental Authority in Abu Dhabi. So they need to be contacted. If I can do anything, I can link you with them. Yes, I can do that for you.
Great, thank you. One more questions, please? Yes, behind.
Yoshimi Suzuki, Shizuoka University. A very simple question I want to ask, because recently you are working about the fishermen, about the research and also something that's the incubation system. And I think it recently so much importance to training and educate more fishermen. Because if we want to do the more ocean science, because fishermen role of the fishermen very, very important, they need to the more knowledge, more high level of skill for understanding like that. So do you think about it, how to do that for educate the fishermen? If you have some idea, because not easy way to teach in the fishermen, because they have so much barrier to protect their service. Okay. Only so I want to ask you, how do you think about it? So how to do educate the fishermen? If you have some good idea, so I'm very happy.
Who would like to answer? Yeah, but yes, I'm specializing in fisheries science. So from my point of view, working with fishermen is really effective and based. In addition to the scientific knowledge which we are producing, the indigenous and local knowledge, local ecological knowledge is especially very important for us to conduct a good research and science. But at the same time, as you pointed out, yes, we need we need the improvement of the literacy on the fishermen's side. So maybe we learn from them and they learn from us. So co-learning process would be very promising step. That is my point, but yes, please.
Add something here. I am a fisherman and I came from a fisherman family, but I could say the biggest liar in the world is a fisherman. And I have seen that from experience, either in my country or outside my country. But this, when I say that, I mean the fishermen, you say to them, how is your catch today? They won't give you clearly from where or how much they got. They always give you a wrong answer. In any case, I think the fishermen, yes, they need to be on board. And I think it is time now to use the AI to educate the fishermen, and to use the GIS, and AI, and that way we will be able to have a sustainable fishery. That's what I think it should be.
Thank you very much. And yes, it's about time to wrap up. Yes, thank you very much for all the panelists for valuable inputs. And please let me summarize, not summarize, but yeah, we shared many common challenges as well as a lot of opportunity and chances for blue economic development. We found that this is a very important finding for us and could be a good base for our discussions for the following 2 days. And also the foundations or the philanthropy can play more active and innovative and flexible roles. This is for sure. I strongly believe in that. And we can fill the gaps of the society to promote the science. And also, I think this is very important, is the foundations can facilitate the collaboration and partnerships among foundations, but also much more wider stakeholders of the society, including the developing states or youth or the indigenous people. So the main conclusion of this session would be, yes, we have a lot of potentialities and a lot of rooms for the foundations. All right. maybe this is a good start of the following discussions for next 3 days. And again, thank you very much for 5 distinguished guests. And also thank you very much for the participants to join our discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we must say thank you to Dr. Mitsutaka Makino-san, the president of our Ocean Policy Research Institute, for his nice coordinations. And also we are grateful to our 5 panelists, including those who joined from the remotely, Ms. Saida Rajana Hassan and Ms. Ileana B. Said. Yes, through the discussions that we found that it's important need to investment both of the SEEDS countries too, and also the collaboration of the developing countries that's for the sustainable blue economy in the many parts. In the next 2 days, when we are discussing in the foundations, we will try to cover on this particular issue, how can this Tokyo statement reflect on this particular item for next 5 years to achieve the ocean decade. So again, we would like to thank you to Professor Dr. Mr. Makino for his wonderful coordination. As he always said that we are ocean scientists, we are more flexible, more steady, and more innovative. So through this, our interventions and foundation dialogue, we ensure that our ocean decade of action science will be achieved by 2030. Thank you so much.
Excellencies, friends, and colleagues, I hope you all enjoyed a relaxing lunchtime. We are now ready to begin our afternoon program. My name is Reiko Naito from the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and it's my pleasure to serve as the MC for the next 2 sessions. Our first session in this afternoon is the high-level roundtable with principals of foundations. In this session, distinguished representatives of philanthropic foundations from around the world will share their views on the theme catalyzing cross-sector collaboration, mobilizing private foundations for a nature-positive and climate-resilient decade of action. And now, it is my honor to introduce the moderator for this session, Ms. Alison Clausen, Program Specialist at IOC-UNESCO, who will guide us through this session. Ms. Clausen, the floor is yours. And please, all the speakers, please go up to the seat, and please join me welcoming.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And it would be great if we could put the jellyfish video back on. And the reason we wanted to do that, as we come back from lunch, so we can put the video back. As we come back for lunch, some of us were discussing during lunch that we spend a lot of time, all of us, sitting in meeting rooms, and this is admittedly a very beautiful meeting room, but we spend too much time sitting in meeting rooms sometimes and not enough time on the ocean, in the ocean, or seeing the ocean. So as I introduce this panel, we thought it would be nice to have some imagery. Thank you very much to Schmidt Ocean Institute, and Jotica, when she speaks, is going to tell us a little bit more about where this comes from, but we thought this would be a nice way to introduce and start off this panel. So welcome back to this session. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and welcome to the day for those of you who may be joining us anew this afternoon. I haven't spoken before today, so I also wanted to express my thanks to all the team at the Sasakawa Peace Foundation for hosting us and for the great collaboration in putting this meeting together. This morning we heard a lot about the importance of philanthropic foundations. We heard about expectations from philanthropic foundations. We heard about some of the challenges that philanthropic foundations may be facing and that they will be facing as they seek to support the generation and use of ocean science and technology. We heard about the background, how the foundation's dialogue came to be, how this informal network of amazing individuals that has grown so organically since its first meeting in 2020 in Copenhagen has really developed into something that is quite unique in the ocean space and also in the philanthropic world. It is a group that has members that have been with us, and we'll hear from some of them today, since that first meeting in 2020, and it includes members who joined just a few months ago. So it is something that is very dynamic and changing. As we've heard, this is the 5th meeting of this group. There were previous meetings. I mentioned the Copenhagen meeting in Rabat, hosted by the Mohammed VI Foundation for the Environment in Rabat in 2022, the Prince Albert II Foundation hosted in Monaco in 2023, and then the Boticario Foundation, we have a representative here, hosted us in Rio de Janeiro last year in 2024. In all those meetings, there have been vibrant, provocative, rich discussions that have led to the development of statements of action. So this group and this meeting is not starting from zero. We have a long history to work from, and I would say that is one thing about this group which is always energizing, always motivating, is the commitment that there is to action. So we have the immense honor to hear from the voices of leaders of several of the foundations who are going to be with us over the next few days, participating in this 5th meeting. And as mentioned in the introduction, they're going to give us their unique perspectives and views of the role of philanthropy in supporting the challenges facing the ocean, the way philanthropy can build on the opportunities, the examples of the initiatives that they are leading, and very importantly, their vision for the future. So I am delighted to introduce them, and this is not necessarily the order they'll be speaking in, but I will start here from left to right. We have Ms. Anna Marsden, who's the Managing Director of the Great Barrier Reef Foundation. We have Ms. Sanna Thimig Johansson, the CEO of the Voice of the Ocean Foundation. Jotka Vermani, the Executive Director of Schmidt Ocean Institute. We have Malu Nunes, the Executive Director of the Boticario Foundation. And we have Dr. Mitsutaku Mikino, the President of OPRI of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation and host of the meeting. And you can see the names up on the screen, although not necessarily above the right person. But you can. We're a little bit unorganized in the way we sat down, but that is fine. It's all very organic. So I am going to sit down and join you as well, and we're going to get the discussion underway. I'm going to start with you, Malu. And the reason I wanted to start with you is because, as I mentioned, Boticario Foundation was the host of the 2024 Foundations Dialogue meeting, the 4th meeting. And I thought it would be a great place to start as we embark on this 5th edition, if you can introduce the work of the Boticario Foundation and talk to us a little bit about the rationale and benefits for your engagement in the Foundations Dialogue and the Ocean Decade. So over to you, Malu.
Thank you, Alison. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here today, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Sasakawa Peace Foundation and the IOC-UNESCO, Julian, Alison, and everything, for convening this extraordinary dialogue. It is particularly special to be here in a setting so inspiring, surrounded by colleagues who share a common vision for our ocean, as Emadou said, the mother of life. My name is Malu Nunes, and I represent the Fundação Grupo Boticario. This year, we celebrate our 35th anniversary, a journey that began long before the Rio 92, the Sustainable Development, Rio 92 Earth Summit. We were established on the principle that business can and must contribute to nature. Our mission is to protect nature and its biodiversity, and for us, the ocean is a top priority. Throughout our history, approximately 25% of all the investment we have made in over 1,800 conservation initiatives has been directed toward marine protection. When the Foundation's Dialogue was created, we were the only Brazilian foundation to join the network. Now, we are so pleased to have a broader geographic representation, and we are trying to engage more Brazilians in this group. And we have Hugo today, and he is committed to advance in this issue. And so we are happy to see familiar faces, but also to meet new colleagues from all over the world. This is what this dialogue is all about, bringing the diverse perspectives together. In Brazil, with over 8,000 kilometers of coastline and 25% of the population living in coastal cities, the need for more resources and resilience is immense. That is why the Ocean Decade is a powerful reinforcement of our principles of co-design, transversal approaches, and the critical dialogue between science and policy, as we see this morning. Our work is focused on three pillars: generating and disseminating scientific knowledge and ocean literacy, supporting solution-oriented science, not only with financial assistance, but also with capacity building and advocacy, engaging society using meaningful data and in our strategies. My colleague Janaína will talk more about this in today's last panel. So we hope that this dialogue and future events will reflect the same diversity we find in the ocean, uniting countries, cultures, and minds in a shared vision. As we look to the next 5 years to go in the decade, we are here to ensure that every person in the world feels captivated by the greatness of the ocean. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Wonderful, thank you, Malu. It seems hard to believe that it was a year ago, almost to the day, in fact, to the day, I believe, that we were in Rio. And again, thank you and Janaya and all the team for building such a great legacy that we are going to continue to build on over the next 3 days here in Tokyo. So Anna, I wanted to come to you now. So the Great Barrier Reef Foundation was a founding member of the Ocean Decade Alliance and has been very, very active in the Alliance, as well as in the Foundation's dialogue. So you've had this dual role since the beginning of the decade. And same question to you, talking a little bit about the work of the Foundation so people can become familiar with your work, and then some of the rationale and benefits. Why are you here engaged in this meeting and in these discussions?
Again, I'll echo, it's a pleasure to be here catching up with what has become through the dialogue really great friends, but also to be hosted. We've been able to admire the work of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation from afar, and we've had delegates at previous forums, but it's been lovely to be there in your home and to really receive this amazing welcome, and good stuff will come over the next couple of days. At the Great Barrier Reef Foundation, our name sort of gives it away. We stand in front of arguably the most recognisable ocean treasure, but also her value is perhaps outweighed in the last couple of decades with her vulnerability. And for good or for bad, she has become the poster child of the climate crisis and ocean conservation. And in some ways, when Julian earlier was walking everybody through the genesis of the Ocean Decade and the spirit and the mission and the ambition of that is absolutely the ambition of our foundation. You know, something that we took for granted was too big to fail, started to show cracks. And it showed in a nation like Australia that had remarkable marine science, a country of means, a country of good governance. We were in business as usual and our head was in the sand, and we had to fill the gaps with science. We had to collaborate, and we had to, as a role of a foundation, mobilise resources. And so when we heard about the Ocean Decade and then also Foundation's dialogue, it made so much sense, because I think everybody, and it's important to hear that for funders take the roles that they sit in and the responsibility and the accountability of this being in this decade and sitting in these roles right now extremely seriously. We're not tourists. We're not here just to write checks and have fun. We're here to get the job done, and we, at the end of every day, judge ourselves by whether we have shifted the dial positively in sake of oceans. When I was thinking about a couple of remarks to make today, you know, it's been said a few times, we're at this midway point, and I think often when you're in conservation, particularly with oceans, we are so focused on this finish line that we sometimes don't just pause, take a breath and look behind and see how far we've come or if we've come at all. And it was really lovely to reflect a little bit on the progress. Yes, we're not there yet. Yes, we cannot remove the pace and the momentum, and we've got to dig deep to make these last 5 years count. But reflecting on the work that we've been inspired to create by being a member of this committee and being, I guess, a champion of the philosophy and the goals of the Ocean Decade. We've been able to raise and mobilise $800 million Australian, all of that deployed to find solutions for coral reefs based on ocean science. And I think what's really powerful about that, and I know that over the next couple of days, we're really going to look at, through a lens of curiosity, but also impact, how we can shift values to create more equity in the support of oceans. And I think from that, there's a lot of discussion going on in the world of philanthropy and funders about empathy building. And that is about not just being transaction-based, but looking at relationships. And when we look at oceans, we must also look at people and communities and the interconnectedness of all of these elements. And so I think that this empathy building is a really interesting aspect that we've got to consider. And I'm super, super proud that over the last 5 years of this 800 million, 20% of that is deployed and co-designed with First Nations Australians and also members across the different nations in the Pacific. And so this idea that, and Sasakawa-san said earlier today, yes, there are lots of countries, but there's one ocean, that this can't just be about some being lucky oceans or lucky places. We must all rise for oceans, and so democratising these solutions in this science is a really important tenet, I think, of this dialogue. I think the other thing, and it's been said before, but I want to say it again, and I know some of my colleagues are going to say it, we must collaborate. No single player, no single country can be the hero here. It's a team effort. But in that spirit of collaboration, we must know our superpowers and the lanes and cheer each other on. Sometimes we sort of sit back with our arms crossed and go, not doing so great, are you over there? We have to lean in and help. We all must get there together because we won't have the chance to do this over again. And the last thing I really wanted to talk about was, and Julian mentioned it too, we must embrace the courage that it takes by being a funder. Philanthropy, it's unique money. It's money that can take risks, money that can step forward and make it safe for government and legislation and regulation to follow. And we must ensure that we're embracing with courage with all of that. And so I really think that as we get to the last, the second wind of this Ocean Decade, yes, we must mobilise and increase more investment, and I know we're going to talk about that over the next couple of days, about as there's disruptions taking on, we don't say why or how, we just say there are disruptions taking on and they're affecting funding flows. Philanthropists can't just write a bigger check, but we do need to understand how we get the job done. So while we want to make sure that there's more investment going to SDG 14, we also as philanthropists need to create a platform and find a better way to fund, a way that is based in equity and empathy, that is pioneering and innovation, but also is driving collaboration. So we have a lot to get done, a lot of responsibility, but it's a good bunch of people. I feel good. They're going to get it done.
Thank you, Anna. And I think you've certainly touched on a number of issues we'll be discussing over the next couple of days, but certainly this question of not just this group thinking about, yes, what are we investing in, but how we're investing in it. And I think that makes it another very unique feature of this group. So thank you. Now we might put the video back on if we can, because our next speaker is Jyotika Vermani, who's the Executive Director of Schmidt Ocean Institute, who's going to talk about Schmidt Ocean Institute and again the rationale and benefits engagement in the decade, but hopefully first is going to explain to us the origin of some of these amazing images that we saw as we started off.
Well, thank you, Alison. And first of all, can I just say thank you very much to the Sasakawa Peace Foundation for hosting us. We have been working with you, and I think maybe later in the conversation I can give an example or two. This video is some of the very small amount of footage we have from the deep sea in the water column, taken by our remotely operated vehicle, ROV Sebastian. It can go down to 4,500 meters depth. And I say this is a very small sample because we have something like 13,000 hours of video footage. So if anyone ever needs any footage, please don't hesitate to reach out. We're very happy to share. But the robot itself is based on our vessel, which is the remote research vessel Falcor 2. And we offer that vessel at no cost to scientists from around the world to do their research. In exchange, we ask that they make their data openly available as quickly as possible. In the spirit of open data sharing leads to understanding and progression faster than not. So going backwards, because we started with the video. So our principals are Eric and Wendy Schmidt, and we were established in 2009. And the main purpose is because it's so expensive for scientists to get to sea, we offer that facility. The vessel itself is 110 meters in length. It is 7 floors from top to bottom. So it is essentially a massive state-of-the-art floating research lab. It carries over 30 atmospheric and oceanic sensors as well. So it is also a data collection device. And we offer all of that, including the ROV Sebastian, and a whole host of other equipment and tools, as I said, at no cost. Schmidt Ocean Institute has been a member of the Foundation's dialogue since the beginning. We're also a founding member of the Ocean Decade Alliance, and Wendy Schmidt is a patron of the Ocean Decade Alliance. So we're very much engaged and involved and supportive of the Ocean Decade. We have also been on and are continuing to remain on a number of working groups, technology and innovation, the data strategy that you saw presented earlier, and then communications as well. And then we're also part of another group of foundations, and this is called the Pink Flamingo Society. This is the group of foundations that operate research vessels. So recognizing that research vessels have their own challenges, we have a group that was started by Schmidt Ocean Institute back in 2019, and we meet once a year and then throughout to discuss challenges. We're also partners and supporting a number of endorsed programs and actions. So in particular, some examples with the Nippon Foundation, a huge thanks for their support of SIBA 2030, who we also work with very closely. Actually, in the next few months, we're going to be approaching about 2 million square kilometers mapped. So we're very excited for that landmark. We also work closely with Ocean Census, also supported by the Nippon Foundation. And over the last year and a half or so, they've really built up that network of over 500 taxonomists globally, which is really speeding up species discovery. So giving you some examples of that. With Schmidt Ocean Institute, Ocean Census have, through their taxonomic network, announced over 144 new species within the last year. To put that into context, before that, it was probably somewhere around 15 to 20 new species. So in this last year and a half alone, that's been incredible. And there's another 55 yet to be confirmed. Another program we work with is Challenger 150. Again, we're supporting some of the scientists to go out to sea, to look at the deep sea, to gather the data that they need. We're operating in the Southern Hemisphere over the next 10 years. In fact, last year we were also in the Southern Hemisphere. We're currently operating right now off Uruguay with a Uruguayan-led expedition. Chief scientist is from Uruguay. Almost all the scientists are from South America as well. So we talk about capacity development. We have it inherently built into our program where we do not accept proposals that do not have at least 10% of meaningful engagement from scientists in the regions that we operate in. So this year alone, all our expeditions, 67% of scientists are from South America. And this then leads to, downstream, a huge capacity development. But it's not that we call it out specifically, it's just naturally woven into what we do. And then the importance of the Foundation's dialogue, it's been said, is we've got friends, we've got colleagues, we've got relationships all over the world. We operate internationally, so it's really nice to be able to talk to people and say, hey, we're looking for. I'm going to give you one example right now, though. The Lloyd's Register Foundation, who we met through the Foundation's dialogue, they are supporting a program called Potentially Polluting Shipwrecks, Potentially Polluting Wrecks. So there is an estimated 8,500 shipwrecks in the world that have oil on board, that have been in the water since the era of World War II. These are in a place where the seawater is being corrosive. And so we are working with them, and in fact on Friday, we actually dove on a shipwreck that's part of this, just to see what's the condition of that shipwreck and does action need to be taken. The consequence of this oil escaping is that they estimate there's something like 2.5 to 20 million tons of oil on these shipwrecks. That's 18 times Deepwater Horizon, 500 times the Exxon Valdez, and we all know the environmental impact from that. So it would cost something like $340 billion if the oil escaped and was not captured and dealt with. And the consequential environmental damage, the ocean economic damage on coastal communities is enormous. So we're working with them. We're not the only ones, there are others. But that's one of the values of the Foundation's dialogue, is we would never have had that connection made, and they would never have been able to use that resource that we have through the ROV if it hadn't been for these conversations. So I'm going to stop there, but looking forward to more.
Thank you so much, and a very tangible example of a connection, as you say, that may not have been made if it hadn't been for this group. And I'd like to point out that Jotica and Schmidt, through having one foot in the Foundation's dialogue and the one foot in the Ocean Decade Alliance, have also been able to create partnerships outside philanthropy with industry and others around seabed mapping. So I think this group joining into other groups in the decade is also a very important piece of work you've been able to do. So I'd like to come to Sana now as the voice of the Ocean Foundation, and probably the newest member of the Foundation's dialogue in the room, I would say, and hear more from you about the work of Voice of the Ocean Foundation and why, as a more recent member, you decided to join this group, the reasons for your engagement.
Thank you, Alison. I'm happy to do that. First of all, echoing my colleagues up here in the gratefulness towards Sasakawa Peace Foundation and UNESCO IOC for being such a dream team behind these few days. I'm very honored to be here today to represent Voice of the Ocean Foundation. We're a Swedish philanthropy that was founded in 2019, and we're just very short from 60 colleagues who share the belief that where curiosity and knowledge can grow, meaningful engagement will follow. So by combining innovative research and ocean literacy initiatives, we strive to make the ocean's wonders and challenges accessible to communities everywhere. Our vision is a world where the ocean is understood, respected, and protected by all. So why are we in the Foundation's dialogue? We're a Baltic Sea-oriented organization from the start, but I'd like to make the resemblance with the Baltic Sea. It's a sea, it's an ocean in catastrophe state, I would say. And I usually say that if we fast forward, the ocean could be like the Baltic Sea if we don't succeed with the Ocean Decade. So we feel that what we learned from the Baltic Sea, we're now able to share, and we're willing to share that with you in this community, but also, of course, willing to learn from you all, because the worst thing that we could do is to duplicate other efforts. So we're here to find synergies and also to open doors to each other. I think that's the most important thing with this dialogue. So a little bit about our work. We have, since the start, tried a few ways, and we're very much focused on closing gaps or filling gaps, not funding gaps, essentially, that Anna mentioned, but we are a bunch of doers in our organization. And currently, we've divided our work into three sections. So our ocean science is the first one. So the ocean science team is made up of oceanographers, data analysts, and technicians, and seagoing personnel, who operates advanced autonomous platforms like gliders and sailboys, collecting observations 24/7 from the Baltic Sea. Up to date, we've gathered over 1 billion data points, which we analyze, visualize, and share in collaboration with universities and research institutions. The Baltic Sea has served as our living laboratory, as I mentioned, but we share our methods globally. But science alone is not enough. We also need to ignite curiosity and build ocean connection, especially among the next generation. Through our ocean literacy initiatives, we develop documentaries, short films, IMAX films, educational books, teacher guides, and an online school hub. We run Ocean Books, a publishing house focused on the ocean, and Deep Sea Reporter, a journalistic platform covering ocean news in real time. These tools empower students, teachers, and the broader public to see the ocean not as a distant place, but as part of their everyday lives. Our newest venture, the Ocean Archive, collects and curates imagery, data, and stories from the deep, captured during our own exhibitions, film productions, and via underwater gliders. We also retrieve older footage and logbooks from divers who pioneered in the early days of underwater photography, making sure that their stories are saved for future generations. Using image analysis and AI, we make ocean history accessible in a few clicks. This archive is still under production, but will be made open source, accessible to scientists, educators, policymakers, and the public, helping us build an ocean memory to serve future generations. In addition to this, we also have Ocean Support, which is our means to share our knowledge, but also our infrastructures and our platforms with scientists and others who are in need. At Voice of the Ocean, we see our role as listeners, storytellers, innovators, and connectors. With oceanographers, data scientists, working alongside filmmakers, journalists, divers, and teachers, we're committed to bringing the ocean's voice to life. And speaking of voices around the ocean and what Dr. Saif Al-Gais mentioned earlier, I recently returned from a 2-year sailing experience around the world. And during these 2 years, I got to meet with a lot of voices around our ocean, from fishermen in Vanuatu to conservationists in Cabo Verde, whale researchers in the Azores, and divers in Indonesia, surfers in Australia. And they all shared the same story despite their different realities. The ocean is in crisis, we must act now, and we must act together. So collaboration makes us stronger, we know that. And to be honest, inclusive collaboration is the only way to achieve or to tackle the great challenge that we face. This is why I'm deeply encouraged by the strategic direction that we're now taking at Voice of the Ocean. So we're operating locally, but we're collaborating and acting as a catalyst to extend our reach to the global community. And as a new member of the Foundation's dialogue to get to that point, we believe private funding have a key role to play in filling critical gaps between science and policy, local insights and global action, data and storytelling. We can move swiftly and with force, ensuring a long-term commitment. We know that solving the ocean crisis is not something we can do alone. It takes a team, a coalition, and a movement. That is why we're proud to be part of the Foundation's dialogue, working to identify shared challenges and build collective solutions. Together, we can amplify each other's efforts scientifically, educationally, and politically to shape a nature-positive and climate-resilient future for our ocean. So we look forward to learning from all of you and to continuing this shared journey toward concrete actions and an ocean that is not only understood, but respected and protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Sana, and again, so happy to have you as a member. Thank you for being here with us. And I think that what you just exposed to us gives us also a sense of the diversity of the members and how even though the different foundations are coming with maybe different entry points or different mission statements, there is a complementarity between the different foundations to achieve these shared goals. So thank you for that. All right, to our last speaker who's going to intervene, and then we will have more of a discussion around some key issues. So we have Dr. Mitsutaku Makino from our host organization, the Ocean Policy Research Institute. So Dr. Makino, if you could talk a little bit more about what OPRI is doing and how that fits in with the work of the other foundations here in the room, and why you are part of the Foundation's dialogue as the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. Over to you.
All right, thank you very much. And yeah, please let me use the PowerPoint slides to explain our foundation. Okay, I am representing Ocean Policy Research Institute, or OPRI, of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. So please allow me to explain a little bit about our foundation. Okay, Sasakawa Peace Foundation was about 40 years of the history, founded in 1986. But as you can see, the Ocean Policy Research Institute, our institute, was originally an independent foundation, Ocean Policy Research Foundation. And we were merged in 2015. And the reason is this, because ocean is the mother of life. You know, we have only one ocean and mother of all the life. And ocean connects country and country, people, and culture. So the ocean science and ocean policy to promote the sustainability of the ocean and human being will, in principle, greatly contribute to the peace of the world. That is our belief. And that is the logic why we combined with the Sasakawa Peace Foundation in 2015. Now, Ocean Policy Research Institute, our institute, is under the umbrella of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. Okay, Sasakawa Peace Foundation has these 9 groups, starting from US program or security scholarship or peace building, innovation, China, or and so on. But the bottom 2 boxes, Ocean Policy Research Institute, have 2 divisions. Division of Ocean Vision and Action, and Division of Island Nations. So we are the biggest part of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation in terms of the number of the staff and as well as the budget. But the point is, by working together, collaborating together with other activities, we would like to create the synergy of contributing to the world peace. So peace is the very important motivation for us to promote the ocean science. Okay, let me explain a little bit more about our activities. This is our projects conducted by the one division of our institute. For example, upper middle science policy interface, society interface. This project is basically promoting the UN Ocean Decade activities. So our institute is the secretariat of the UN Ocean Decade Japan Committee. So we are promoting the UN Ocean Decade, and also like this, we are hosting the foundation dialogues or many other UN Ocean Decade related events in Japan. Lower left is Ocean Shot Research Grant. This is a research grant. Our total budget is 4 billion Japanese yen. It's about 28 million US dollars. and supporting the research activities, basically a research grant for finding new species or new ecosystem functions. And lower right, you can see Ocean Education Pioneer Schools. This is a program for the ocean literacy and education. And we are producing the materials for the school for ocean educations, and also we are financially supporting the ocean educations for the total of more than 200 schools in Japan. Another division of our institute is about island states. Especially small island developing states are very, very important part of our institution's agenda. For example, the upper left, introducing the community-based tourism. Yes, we are promoting the ecotourism, not the mass tourism, but the more ecological and based on the local communities' culture and tradition and local ecosystems, and promoting the identity and also the pride of the local community. That is the essence of this program. And also, lower right, promoting the global synergy. This is especially focusing on the SEEDs, small island developing states. Last week, we organized, 2 weeks ago, we organized a workshop in Caribbean area to extract the local issues and the challenges they are facing and how we can collaborate. And we are going to organize a similar workshop in Indian Ocean and Pacific areas. So based on these results, we are going to have the global conference of the island states next year. So these are the main activities relating to the ocean sciences. And why we are joining this foundation dialogue is, because one reason is, we are really hoping to promote the UN Ocean Decade in this area, in Asia. And we know that this is the very first foundation dialogue held in Asian areas. So we are very happy and honored to lead such initiatives in this region and promote the collaboration among foundations as well as among the researchers. Yes, that's it. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. And indeed, having your leadership in this region is going to be extremely important moving forward for the decade from a philanthropic point of view, and of course, complementing the other leadership roles that Japan has played within the decade, and hopefully bringing in more and more partners from this region. So thank you very much for that overview, and again for your hosting. So we have about 15 minutes left in the panel, and so we're going to have more of an open discussion now around some more thought-provoking questions, hopefully for our panelists. And I'm going to keep it fairly free and open, but I am going to start with Malu, because Malu, you were the host of the last Foundations Dialogue in Rio, as I said. And the first question, and I'll start with you, but would like all the panelists to reply, or whoever feels comfortable in replying. What for you personally have been some of the key achievements of the Foundations Dialogue to date? If we look back to Rio, before that, before Monaco, before that, Buchnadel, and I see our colleagues from Mohammed VI Foundation in the audience. What are some of the key achievements, the things that you think may not have happened without the Foundations Dialogue existing?
Taking the liberty as a Brazilian, as you mentioned, and we host the last Foundations Dialogue meeting, I will focus on Rio action statement. And it was a very personal goal for me to have something practical applied. And I think we have lots of good examples. My colleagues can complement later. But just to give you an example, we start doing the survey every 2 years to see how is the connection, the awareness and everything about the ocean, the population and the ocean in Brazil. And right now we are 12 countries doing this, and we aim 30 countries. Let's see if we achieve. And this is very important because we have data, we have a direction to plan and to act more effectively on this service. And I think maybe, não sei, King, Sana, can talk about the Ocean Match, which is a huge platform, a very important platform. It's not like rocket science, but it is a very useful, very practical, very effective platform that it was launched in Rio also last year.
Yes, thank you. And Ocean Matcher is obviously a platform that is co-founded by many organizations in the Foundation's dialogue, Schmidt Ocean Institute among others. But Ocean Matcher is a beautiful tool to catalyze and to distribute funding to various initiatives around the world. And I believe also on the note of being inclusive and the equity part of things, this really generates capital to lift the local initiatives. Also, just on that note, I would like us for the next 2 days also to bring in how can we connect the dots, because we're distributing the funding through Ocean Matcher. Can we find a platform to really connect the dots in knowledge and know-how from these communities into our work, so that we don't, we try to avoid working in silos and really learn from each other. There's a lot of knowledge to share from that space.
Fantastic, thank you. Thank you both. Others, would you like to come in and talk about your key achievements or your vision of key achievements in the dialogue?
So one that came from us from the Monaco meeting was there was a lot of discussion about different geographic areas where different funders were focusing, and it was identified that there was an underrepresentation and focus in the Pacific. And there were 3 members of the Foundation Dialogue, the Foundation, our Foundation, the Wait Foundation and Living Oceans Foundation, that put their hand up to say that we will work together and collaborate. And as a result, all of us have had a significant uplift in the investment we're having in the Pacific. The comments that Ambassador Said was saying this morning from Palau, there has been a transformation there. I mean, one of the comments that came out in the Monaco meeting was that there was, in some areas in the world, this cynicism of parachute philanthropies where, you know, Western philanthropies will decide we want to work in this area, conceive the program without any on-ground collaboration, sort of land, do it, feel like they've done a good job and leave and pat themselves on the back. And there was no capacity, co-design, genuine legacy. And with that insight as well, that was a big discussion in the Monaco forum. It meant that I think all 3 of us were able to work together, but work in a far more empathetic and equity-based way. And as a result, there's quite a transformation taking place. And we see that in Nice. We saw that even in UNOC last year with Pacific nations showing up and really taking power and holding that power of what they need and having the backing of major philanthropy. So that is a direct result of Foundation's dialogue.
Thank you. Jonica.
Do you want more examples?
I love these examples. Let's keep going.
Well, I mean, we've had so many interactions with foundations. I'm looking at the Belmont Forum right in front of me here, who we met at one of the Foundations dialogues, and at that point they were pulling together their call for Africa, which is where we're going to be from 2027 to 2029. And so we worked with them and had an annex, and now if any of you have not yet seen the postcards, they're out there on the ocean call. So if you're not part of it, please do read it and sign up with the Belmont Forum.
Example, thank you.
You can pay me later.
Okay, so that was looking back on the achievements, and we can see there are many, and we're also going to have time within the smaller group to dive into some of those in more detail and bring up other examples. Now I wanted to look forward. As we have heard many times this morning, no pressure, but we're halfway through the decade. We've got 5 more years to go. We know that the landscape, the governance landscape, the financing landscape, the science landscape has changed for better and for worse since the beginning of the decade. So given where we are currently and looking forward to that next 5 years, what are some of the opportunities, but also some of the challenges that need to be overcome for the Foundation's dialogue to continue to grow and be strengthened in this organic way and contribute to the ocean decade? So challenges and opportunities for the next 5 years. And I see Jotica taking the microphone, so over to you to get us started if you'd like to.
So opportunities for the Foundation's dialogue. So we have a research vessel. We support the funding of that research vessel. We are looking for partners who will support the research and the travel. For example, the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation are supporting scientists who will be on in November. And, as the theme for this meeting is Ocean is the Mother of Life, that is exactly what that expedition is about. And if you want more, talk to John over there. But that's the kind of partnership that we're looking for, is amplifying the funding that you already have. If you need to get out to sea and do research, that's one opportunity. Another one is tech development. And so, we're working with people who are being funded by Oceanshot on the search for advancement of biological technologies. And so we're providing a little bit of funding and also vessel support for those groups. And so we're really looking forward to being a partner on that as well. But I want to just mention a few challenges ahead. I think we need, I think we all know, and your example of going around the world and talking to all these different people, we all know that the challenges and the crisis. I think we need to stop talking about that and focus on the solutions. We've got 5 years. I mean, I've heard that so often in Nice this year. We don't need to tell ourselves anymore that there is a problem or there are problems. So that's one. I think we need to really shift that narrative away from that and work on solutions, talk about solutions. And so just an example, the Tech and Innovation Working Group, the Ocean Decade Tech and Innovation Working Group, we've now had over 40 presentations where there are solution pitches, 3 minutes to an audience, and also the reverse of where those solutions are needed to build the bridge between engineers and practitioners, or engineers and scientists. Challenge number 2, I think we need to manage expectations on funding. So we hear very often that foundations are going to fill in the gaps, and we know that there are certain governments who are maybe withdrawing funding. I just want to say foundations are not going to fill in all of those gaps, but we need to manage that expectation and conversation outside of this, outside of these dialogues. And so that's one. And then my third one is, I think we need to really push on highlighting the numbers of impact, the success of impact. We know, for example, the number of programs. We know the number of people who attend conferences. But I think we need to talk about specific success stories. And I think in Julian's talk this morning, there was something about the process of consolidation access, the consolidation of the portfolio. I think we really need to talk about, hey, here's an example of how the foundations work together and have numbers behind that.
Thanks. I'd just like to add on to something that Vidar mentioned this morning as well, that what we know is also changing. And on that note, there is a specific opportunity that I'd like for us to discuss, and I know that we will discuss it more in depth on Friday. But it is also the situation with the US currently divesting in ocean observations. So we will see a possible shortfall of 60% in our observing capabilities worldwide, affecting weather forecasts, essential tsunami warning systems, and our ability to monitor ocean health. So this is something that we need to address, and we need to discuss how to create a campaign or coordinate efforts to meet the need. Not specifically financially, but at least to communicate the necessity of ocean observations. Thank you.
Just two things that I'm quite keen. One, which you and I had spoken about, Alison, which is that we're sort of halfway through the point of the decade, and I feel like we could keep going, but we're funders by nature. When we invest in something, we're very impact driven, and I feel like we've got a window in this dialogues to almost define where we want to land. And even, I mean, I think it's been devastating at times, but very powerful to have a Paris Agreement, because it gives you a target to go, are we falling behind that? And we, as a foundations dialogue, could get quite tasky and set ourselves a 2031 target or where we want to land and what we want to achieve, how much funding we want to have mobilized, what are some key metrics, and then hold ourselves to account as we go towards the finish line. I think that would be a really interesting flip of frame. And I think the other thing that, and it was the power of the first day, the opening sessions, is that there is a lot of really great dialogue from very esteemed and well-connected government, but it does sometimes feel there's a disconnect about governments doing things their way and funders are doing things their way. I think for there to be a true legacy, we need to explore what is the amazing nexus of private philanthropy and government, making that 1 + 1 = 3, and what are some great best practice, some principles, some way of that working, because I believe, dare we say it, that has a power to go beyond marine and actually transform so many other societal challenges, because everyone sort of sticks in their lane and no one has a messy conversation about government, you know, will come to the party more if you do this, or who does a leadership gift, and who funds innovation, who funds business as usual. Just some of those principles. You've got this amazing room of trust here. You've got amazing leaders in government and the diplomatic corps who also have their experience. What happens if, and the messiness, but also the great traction of working on how we can deliver something great for that.
Okay, thank you. In my point of view, yes, I'm a professor of the University of Tokyo, and I'm teaching lectures, and I'm every day talking with young students. And as far as I know, of course, the students in the University of Tokyo is brilliant students, but they really would like to contribute to the sustainability of the Earth. They really think so. You know, recently the students not, you know, the main objective of their life is not making money, but, you know, contributing to the sustainability. Many students say that. This is very good news for us. So I really hope and to, you know, support their willingness to contribute to the world's sustainability by science and financing. This would be one opportunity for us. So after 5 or 10 years, I would like to see many young people making a business, solution based on science, new business, solving the ocean issues, and making money, being the new Bill Gates, or, you know, that would be wonderful. Yes, this is that one opportunity from my point of view. The challenge is, yes, apparently small island developing states are underrepresented. So they are small in terms of the terrestrial areas, but they are big nations in terms of the ocean area under their jurisdiction. So they are big stakeholders. So this is one thing we should do. And another thing I would like to mention is we need more coordination among philanthropists or foundations, as well as the scientific activities. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Wonderful. I think some excellent words to lay the groundwork for some of the discussions over the next few days, and we will be coming back to many of those points. But I see, unfortunately, we're getting very, very close to the time, so we're going to wrap up. And there was one final question, and Anna had already touched on it, but I'm going to ask it in a slightly different way. So just a very, very rapid 2-3 word answer for where do you see the Foundation's dialogue in 2030? What is the measure of success for the Foundation's dialogue group in 2030 in a couple of words or less? And maybe since you put the challenge, you can start us off, Anna.
I'm going to write a pithy one and just go that we will be front and there'll be something really cool on Julian's impact dashboard. I had written a beautiful answer to this question, but in short, I'd say silos are extinct and synergies thrive. That's.
I have to follow that. Okay. I'm going to go with it's a robust and trusted network.
Lots of ideas, but to be short, more funders. Mobilizing a more diverse and robust network of funders. We need funders. All kinds of funders.
Okay, 3 words: flexibility, speedy, and innovation.
Well, with that, we are going to end our panel. A huge thank you to the panelists. I've taken enormous scribbly notes, which I'm going to start to work into the documentation for the next few days as well. But I think we've heard a lot about the diversity, embracing the messiness. There is complexity, but if we're solutions-focused, partnerships can help amplify this, and we'll get to that flexible, robust, trusted network of more funders that will be front and center of the PowerPoint slides showing the KPIs of the Ocean Decade. So thank you very, very much to the panelists. A wonderful discussion. And with that, I will hand back over to Reiko to lead us to the next steps.
Thank you very much. We sincerely thank the representative of all the foundations from around the world and sharing their vision, priorities, and commitments. Your perspectives have provided us with valuable inspiration for advancing collective action. We would also like to express our sincere appreciation to Ms. Alison Clausen for her excellent modulation. Please join me in giving them a round of applause. We will now proceed to the second session of the afternoon, the roundtable with solution example and community engagement. The theme of this session is Asia-Pacific's vision for the Ocean Decade, advancing regional action to honor the ocean as the mother of life. This dialogue will bring together distinguished experts to highlight activities and perspectives from across the Asia-Pacific region. I am delighted to hand over to Dr. Kotaro Tanaka from the Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. I now invite Dr. Tanaka to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Oriko-san. Thank you very much, Oriko-san. I hope people are starting to move into this room. But meanwhile, we can start our session. Just a short housekeeping note. This session is 45 minutes instead of 1 hour slot. So I tried my best to keep this cadence. So as Reiko-san introduced, my name is Kotaro Tanaka. I'm a research fellow of Ocean Policy Research Institute of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. This is such an honor for me to serve as a moderator, especially as a member of our Carrier Ocean Professionals, ECOP in short, which is an endorsed program under UN Ocean Decade. So the pivot of this session is a community engagement. That is, in the session, in the previous session in the morning, we addressed how to engage community under the framework under the framework of this UN Ocean Decade, and also there was a conversation about how to engage fisher folks to this ocean science activity and so on. So I want to delve into how we can engage this community, especially from the perspective of member foundations under this UN Ocean Decade. And in 2024 Rio Action Statement, the community engagement and engaging underrepresented community, including local community, indigenous community, agricultural ocean professionals, those are explicitly stated. So we want to explore how, in tangible manner, how we can make this happen. I mean, this community, how we can enhance this community engagement. Just some brief introduction of our distinguished panelists here. Dr. Atsushi Watanabe, a director of OPIA ISPF, and Ms. Charlotte Hudson, executive director of Blue Convergence Fund, and Dr. Arnav Das, director of Maritime Research Center of India. So for the first round, I want to hear your activities and the project in your region, in your places, in terms of centering this community engagement and how you are carrying out tangible action with the community and under the context of ocean science. So with that, I will turn to Atsushi-san. I am very excited to moderate my own boss here. So, so Atsushi-san, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kodaro-san, for introducing your boss, and also explaining the objective of this session very concisely. So let me explain about our activities related to the community involvement that we are undertaking, mainly in Japan. So my title of my presentation is Rebuild the Relationship Between People and Our Ocean, supported by Science and Policy. So this is a ukiyo-e painting by famous painter Hiroshige in 1852. And people are enjoying clam collection in front of Shinagawa area, you know, and some of our guests are staying in Shinagawa, I think. And that area used to be like this. The people were collecting clams in the seagrass bed and enjoying the product from the ocean. Yeah, but the situation is slightly changing recently. And this is a survey conducted by Nippon Foundation in 2017. And people are feeling a little bit away from the sea. So in our age, like 50s and the 60s, people with the age of 50 or the 60s, people are feeling very, proportion of people feeling very close to the ocean is over 40%. But when it comes to 10s or 20s years of age, they are feeling less, you know, less than 30% are feeling very close to the ocean. So opportunities for people to interact with the sea or ocean has been, you know, changing recently. And also, we are seeing very rapid decrease of seagrass or seabed ecosystem, coastal ecosystem in Japan. So over the last 30 years, we lost about 50% of such a blue carbon ecosystem in Japan. And side effect of this is loss of biodiversity and the fishery resources, which is really attracted local people in the past. And this may be one of the reasons people are feeling a bit away from the ocean. Okay. Yeah, and so our urgent challenge is we need to rebuild our relationship with the ocean. And actually, our ocean education team has been operating over the last 10 years to build a curriculum with the school kids in local communities all over Japan. And this is one of the examples from Osaka, Hannan City in Osaka. So school kids are doing some conservation, restoration of a seagrass bed in the area, and as a part of the ocean education program. And actually, the seagrass bed has been recovering in this area. So, but we also want to incentivize these people by through such a, outcomes, good outcomes of their effort. So I joined this Japan Blue Economy Association. I'm a director of Japan Blue Economy Association, and developed a Blue carbon credit system in Japan, which is operated on the voluntary carbon market in Japan. So, the outcomes of the restoration or conservation activities can be measured and reported. And then we set a third-party review committee to certify the reported outcomes. Then once verified, so people can purchase the carbon credit. I mean, the private sector can purchase that carbon credit and offset their unavoidable emissions of their activities. But at the same time, they can contribute to the improvement of coastal ecosystem and revitalize local community. So we started this in 2020 amid the outbreak of the COVID, but that year we only certified one project. But over the last 5 years, it's increased to 61 projects in the cumulative project, and also the absorption of the CO2 increased to around 10,000 tons of carbon dioxide. All right, and the uniqueness of this program is that most of the project is operated under multi-stakeholder collaboration style. So you can see most of the project, 85% of the project involves fishers, and also 69% local government and 52% private firms. So it's really operated under the multi-stakeholder partnership style. So I think this kind of activity is also supported by sound science. So I really wanted to share with you some of the activities we are doing in the space of science, policy, and community nexus. So this is the end of my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Atsushi-san. We will be delving into that science policy society interface in the discussion session. Charlotte, so you have been carrying out numerous numbers of projects in marine science. You have been supporting communities to work with scientists and work with local government and try to make things happen. So can you share your perspective and insight and activities in this ocean science field to get the picture of how you have been working with this community engagement and ocean science? The floor is yours, Charlotte.
Thank you. I very much appreciate the invitation and am so pleased to be able to speak a little bit about some of the work that I have been doing over the past 20 years, I'm embarrassed to say. So I am honored to be here both as a member of the Foundation's Dialogue and a co-chair of the Decade Advisory Board, which does look at many projects that are hopefully co-designed as part of their requirements to become endorsed by the Decade. And so this conversation is actually very near and dear to my heart. So for too many years now that I care to share, I have worked for philanthropy and worked to support projects that are, as we say now, co-designed, but really what that means is driven by the questions that the individuals on the ground, whether they're decision makers or communities, the questions they have about how to more sustainably manage their marine environment. And so over the past, there are more than 100 projects now that we have supported. There have been as many lessons learned as there have been success stories. And so I think that is important to share with you today, because this is a process that is not easy, and it's something I think we are all trying to work together to lift up. And I think we have it in all of our best interests to try to learn from each other while we do so. So I'll be talking today a little bit about the work of the Lenfest Ocean Program, which is a program I ran based at the Pew Charitable Trusts in Washington, D.C. And as that program sunsetted per its funding guidelines, we have started a new initiative that hopefully will build on all of the work of that program. And so I'll be speaking about both efforts today, but truly it is a combined effort to do some of these things very similarly. So I wanted to share a little bit about what my personal evolution was towards community engagement and working more closely at funding in communities, because it's not necessarily the natural thing to do coming from a scientific funding background. And so I wanted to share on a personal side kind of how I came to that, to see if it resonates with those of you in the room. And that is that as we looked towards supporting science, our intention was always to inform more sustainable management. And the questions came to us as we kept putting more and more scientific grants out into the world. Some were successful at informing management, and the science would be discussed in decision-making, and sometimes they weren't. And at that time, we were just putting scientific grant after scientific grant out into the world. And what we realized is the projects that were becoming discussed in decision-making circles were projects that either decision-makers had asked to be funded, or that decision-makers were part of the projects, or community members were part of the projects that were in then the decision-making circles. And so, as any good philanthropy would, we looked at what we were doing well and did more of it, and did less of what wasn't working well. And really then, 15 years later, we had moved to what we would call now more of a co-designed approach. And so in that vein, there were some logistical things that we started doing more explicitly than we did in the earlier days. And some of us were talking about this over lunch today, which is, how do you know whether a project is community-driven or co-designed? And how do you actually bring that science policy interface closer together using a philanthropic lens from the lens we use, which is, should we support this project or that project? How can you understand whether the words you're reading on paper are actually driven by the needs on the ground and hopefully would be able to inform those communities about how to more sustainably manage their spaces? And so there's several things that we adopted as part of that process. The first was explicitly asking research teams in their applications where the idea came from. So oftentimes, and as I was taught as a scientist, you're always thinking about what's the next question. So you complete your research project, and that research project leads you with more, at the end, you're stuck with more questions. And so you're automatically thinking, what is the next question? That's how scientists are trained. They're not necessarily trained to look in the communities they're working in and ask others what the questions are, right? And so it's an unnatural space that scientists now are being asked to contribute to. And so part of the learning we have done as part of the Lenfest Ocean program and now part of the Blue Convergence Fund is helping scientists and working with communities to bridge those gaps, frankly, even in language, between individuals who hold the information or can process or collect the information, which are the research teams, and the individuals who need the information, which are the decision makers, the governments, the communities, in their spaces. And so bridging that gap, I think, is what we talk about when we're talking about the science policy interface. And so with our grant making, we first ask, where did the question come from? To see whether or not the communities or decision makers have been instrumental in deciding what questions need to be asked. The second piece we have found is that research teams want to be the principal investigators, right? You bring in money into your university, you get credit for both all of the things that you are doing as part of your university or institution by bringing in grant dollars. One thing we have started placing very heavy emphasis on is naming community partners or decision makers as co-principal investigators. So the research teams are not the only ones in charge. You have that diversity, not just in the project team, but across the leadership team. And we have found that helps also when as we know, research projects take many years, and sometimes they change course. And so when that happens, it's important to have that dual leadership to ensure how you respond to those changes in course is informed as much by what the community needs as well as what the research teams need. So that's been a big piece. The other big piece, which probably that goes more unspoken, but I think for those in philanthropy, really needs to be the place we look first, which is what is proposed in the budget. So when research teams or projects come to us and they say, we're doing community engagement and we're working with community members and we're briefing decision makers and we have this many collaborators, and then you look at the budget and there is no budget allocated to meeting with community members, no budget allocated to briefing decision makers, no travel to the communities they're potentially working in, and no salary allocation or honoraria or any compensation for those who make their living another way, then you realize that that engagement may not be as thoughtful or as well planned as they have proposed. So that's also worth some questions. And the last thing, which many of you know much more about and that I will only touch on here, is about the working with traditional knowledge, indigenous communities, and local knowledge, where we also have very strong requirements around data protection for traditional ecological knowledge, and those communities who should be participating in some of these projects but may not feel as comfortable participating based on the data sharing, the data open access, and all of the safeguards that need to go into place to bringing in and making communities more equitable and inclusive in those discussions. So there is a data sharing and data intellectual property components that also we require as part of our grants. So I should say all of this has led to a new organization, which is maybe 3 months old. As we continue to kind of learn from the work we've done, I did put 2 QR codes up there. One is on the publications. Someone asked me earlier today if we have put out things that others, grant makers, can use in the process. And I will say the answer is yes, and there are 2 ways to steal those things from us that we want to share openly. One is under the publications page. That is a page of not just publications we've written, but others have written about use-inspired science and how you can kind of adopt more use-inspired, community-driven aspects to your work. And the second thing I just wanted to speak about is an open call for proposals that we have open right now. So one of our topical areas that we are working on at Blue Convergence Fund is making the management of global fisheries more climate resilient. And in many cases, that's really adding a climate lens to current fisheries management. And so we put out scoping calls very early on to understand what the needs were in this space. And what we heard resoundingly was there is a lot of science already existing, but the implementation is far behind the science. So there's a lot more we need to know, certainly, but we actually know a lot that we could be using to implement now in some of our management practices. And so we came up with a new type of grant that we're calling engagement grants. And these are partnership grants that we will grant to communities who come together with community members, decision makers, and research teams to impart the knowledge that those community members are asking for from the research teams who have the information that they need. And we are funding that process of engagement to try to increase the implementation of the science we have now into those current management practices. I should say if anybody has grantees who are interested, the call is open until Friday. But I will also say it is a global call, and I have been the Blue Convergence Fund came out of nowhere, meaning it is not well known, and we have had over 1,000 individuals attend both the Q&A sessions and view the webinar announcing the project and announcing the proposal. So we are putting a significant amount of money into this first call, but if anybody else is interested in projects that will be scored, but that down the line, let me know. I'm more than happy to share all of the information that comes in. It will also be a good space for Ocean Matcher. And truthfully, I would love to do engagement grants for all decade, and that's my dream, is to do engagement grants for decade-endorsed programs, projects, and activities, because this is the space where we're working now. The information is coming in, and how do we actually get it into practice? So thank you so much, and I will conclude.
Thank you very much, Charlotte, for sharing your very concrete strategy to engage scientists into community science, as well as engaging community people to the ocean science. That's exactly what I want to explore in this following discussion, but we can dig deeper on that later on. Dr. Das, you have been running this Maritime Research Center based in India. Can you take us through what your activity looks like based in India, and how do you engage local community in your work? Over to you, Dr. Das.
Thank you so much. Without missing, thank you, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, for inviting me here, and UNESCO IOC as well. I want to start my presentation by flagging three things. First and foremost, 75% of the Earth is water, both freshwater and marine. In that, I would say 90% is below the surface. So underwater is important. We have to have a focus in the underwater domain. And the second point is that this session, but otherwise, the Asia-Pacific, or more known as Indo-Pacific, the tropical waters are very, very important, and we are very different. Most of the technologies that have been developed in the world is in the temperate waters, largely in the Cold War era, but even Japan develops more technology in the temperate waters. So the tropical waters requires far more deeper work. Now, I want to take you through this slide. And the third point I want to make is, there is too much of fragmentation. I mean, this is well known. How do we kind of mitigate this fragmentation? So the tropical waters are extremely unique, very rich biodiversity. So there is huge amount of opportunity, but I think we are not able to leverage that. Having said that, there is huge population density here. So the requirements are extremely different. I mean, I come from India. I mean, we are the most populous state in the world, most populous nation in the world. The problems are completely different. So how do we mitigate this challenge is something extremely important. But we also, I mean, the Indian Ocean also carries a huge civilization legacy. There is huge traditional knowledge. There is huge indigenous knowledge. Today, modern science and technology cannot think that we want to replace that and bring new ideas. As she said very nicely, that there is a lot of information already available. Let's use it. So that's also very critical. How modern science and technology can enable us to kind of retain that uniqueness and take things forward. And the aspirational young demography is a huge challenge as well. I mean, they can be the biggest threat to sustainability. So we need to really recognize that. But there is huge potential for growth. The second, I mean, the most important challenge is now, if you need to really figure out underwater domain awareness, sonar or acoustics is the only way, I mean, is the most important thing. But in the tropical waters, I mean, I've been a naval officer for 25 years, and I can tell you, operating a sonar in the temperate water, a particular sonar that I've operated gives 32 nautical miles, and the same ship comes to the Indian water, gives you 5 nautical miles. 60% degradation of the sonar performance. So now if we get a technology from the West, and without customization, if we try to apply, where are we going and where are we taking the rest of the people? So that's something we need to really keep in mind. So we need to kind of customize it to the local condition, extremely important. And the governance challenge, I mean, if you do not have the right science or right technology, governance is not going anywhere. I mean, I mentioned this, Indo-Pacific by definition is the tropical waters of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. So even today, Indo-Pacific is becoming very important. The developed world is really looking at it very seriously, but without the right kind of customized tropical technology, nothing can be solved. And when this area becomes strategically more important, it becomes so much more vulnerable in terms of climate change and sustainability as well. So we need to have a very holistic approach. So typical challenges, I mean, policy intervention. I mean, let me also tell you, I mean, today I'm standing here in front of a global audience looking at global policy. But who's going to implement this? the local body there. Most of the developing world, the local bodies have no idea that the national government has signed some UN convention. So this has to translate, the global policy has to translate to the local level. So there are huge challenges there. But again, technology intervention, MSP, we've been talking about MSP. MSP will be the great enabler. It will democratize technology and access to data to everybody. But how are we going to make it happen? And capacity and capability building. Even policymakers when I used to go and talk to people, I will not name whom, but when I used to go and talk to people about, I'm working in UDA, they would just say, who are you? And my question to this audience is, how do you do climate change assessment and whatever management without underwater? So, how many underwater experts do you have? And so, the point I'm trying to make is that AI is great, but without domain knowledge, AI doesn't take you anywhere. Now, I would like all of you to go back home with this particular figure. So this is, I call it underwater domain awareness framework. So if you look at the 4 sides of the cube, they represent the 4 stakeholders who have stakes in the underwater space. Strategy, security, both internal and external security. Blue economy is huge. I don't want to define what is huge, blue economy. Sustainability and climate change, and digital transformation. This is what science and technology is all about. The 4 sides of the cube will have their own specific requirement, but the core is the acoustic capacity and capability building. If my sonar is not giving me the right performance, irrespective of who I am, so we need to, what this represents is pooling of resources and synergizing of effort. If you have put a sensor, why does it have that the security agencies will only use that data and nobody has access to that data? If somebody else has put a sensor, and why so much of fragmentation? There are better ways of taking care of your concerns for data. And if you look at the vertical construct, there are so many parts of the world where we have no understanding. In the opening remarks, the Honorable Chairman of Nippon Foundation mentioned that we only know 10% of I think that figure is even a little lesser than that. Only 10% of the ocean. There have been far more expeditions to the outer space than the underwater, right? So there is so much more to be done. So it has to be a bottom-up approach. Typically, we take a lot from the West and not only that know-how, we also even how to deploy it. Least recognizing that the sonar performance degradation. So a lot of sensing, analysis, and then policy. It has to be a bottom-up approach. And each of the smaller cubes represent probably 1,000 smaller ideas, innovations, and everything, and also the policy. This will give, I call it a comprehensive because there is no stakeholder left out, very structured because it has a structure to it, and inclusive. Because even a digital tool for a fisherman or for aquaculture is represented here. And those smaller cubes will represent all the problems that we want to solve and where we want to focus, even for the funding people there. This is our priority. You can color a few boxes and say, this is our priority this year, and next year is that priority, and whatever it is. I don't have much time, so I'll have to. So this is the framework that it represents. So policy intervention, technology intervention, capacity building. We have a copyright on that figure and the framework. I don't have much time to explain, but I'll go forward. Now, marine spatial planning. Now, if you just look at the Indian subcontinent, 3.7 million square kilometers. How many sensors can you put to collect data? Modeling and simulation is the only approach. Data collection should be only to validate the model. And as we continue to validate the model and the model get better and better, every millimeters or millisecond, this is a spatiotemporal map, every millimeter and millisecond can be, you can get information. So modeling is the only approach for MSP. We can't think that we can put so many sensors or send so many expeditions to collect data. Expeditions are only to validate a model. This we don't have much time, but this is a lot of AI has gone into building this, using AI as data. But similar thing we have been doing for various other things. So modeling is the only approach, and that will make it cheaper, accessible. And this is the tool that we are building, where all there are drop-down menus, and you can just choose and reach out and kind of get information. I can talk about it later. So acoustic capacity and capability building is to see, to understand, and to share. To see is the hardware, the sensor and the platform, whether it's an AUV or a research ship or whatever it is, the hardware. But once that data comes, the analytics becomes important. So in the tropical waters, we need localized data analytics, which will kind of mitigate the local distortions or local corruption in the data. So that's very important. And this is where I think if we can train the local indigenous people, or that's where the concern of data sharing becomes, gets taken care of. And to share is also very important. Now, if it is a top-level decision maker or a policy maker, he needs a very different type of data, but he probably has the luxury of having a big screen. But compare that with a person on the ground, a fisherman. He can't carry a laptop also. So how do we build mobile apps? But he needs, if he's interested in a specific species, he needs specific information of that only. So we have to make it that specific. Otherwise, digital ocean technology that makes no sense to him. So I think I'll just quickly skip this part. So we've discussed this. And so this is my last slide for this part. Digital transformation, I mean, if we have to really make digital transformation happen, we need three kinds of people. The high-end data analysts, I mean, the people who are going to do the real technology people who are going to do the hardware and the software. But once that data comes, we need domain specialists, I mean, across multiple disciplines, right from livelihood experts to whatever. So they need to come in here. But most important is the third part for me, the field deployment specialists. There where the, I mean, people who have to really go to the waterfront, sensor deployment, sample, whatever, community interaction, why can't they be the local community people? The riverine and the local community where they can be kind of, whatever little skill is required, they can be given, and they will also tell us, I mean, I dare to tell them what they need to do. They can actually teach us how traditional knowledge, I mean, in a Navy, I have recovered a anchor using traditional knowledge. I mean, our so-called top divers could not do anything, but those guys got it out in very short time. And they really know how to use the nature and how to use the sea. So I think I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Das. You, especially the first half of your presentation, you touched upon another key element in this session, which is a regional aspect that we are based in Asia. This is the first time for us to hold this foundations dialogue in Asia, and you touched on the importance of tropical region. So if time allows, I want to iterate that part too. So as I promised, I want to come back with this question about science policy society interface. We are aware that all of you address this science policy society interface in tangible manner, but I still want to dig deeper on this topic because that is something that we hear everywhere we go. But still, we need to sort of translate this science policy interface concept into the tangible action. That's what we really need to engage community people to the ocean science and how we engage ocean scientists to the community's work. So, and it's also the diversity of expertise here is very big, from underwater domain awareness, from sustainable management of a coastal area, and from marine protected area to the blue carbon system. So maybe this time I will start from Dr. Das. How do you translate science policy society interface into the tangible action in your region through your activity? Through your activity.
Yeah. So typically, as I mentioned, in the tropical water, it's extremely specific. Every 100 kilometers, you'll have a specific, specificity, or the diversity is extremely high, different communities doing different things. I mean, we've been doing a lot of field work in the Indian coast and also in the nearby countries. What we saw is, from one state to the other, the attitude of people, the thinking is very different. Somewhere people say the government should do it, and when they do it, we'll do it. People are suffering. I mean, fishing is down to a very bad state. But there are some states, I mean, a community, I would say, community where they're very enterprising. They say, just keep the government away, we will take care of it. Somewhere they say, till the time the government doesn't intervene, why should we do it? So now when we do this, I mean, when we want to do this digitization, we need to keep this in mind. Even the security agencies, I mean, marine police, they are somewhere they're very badly equipped. So they just don't want to take initiative, but somewhere they are overactive and the communities are suffering. Communities have different requirements. Somewhere fisheries is a big requirement, somewhere aquaculture is a big requirement, or somewhere just connectivity is a big thing. So we need to, when we kind of roll out, we need to, or when we talk about community engagement, we have to serve their requirement. And I think just some of the pictures, and we've developed these tools, and you can see my team trying to show them on a mobile app and getting their feedback and how this is going to be useful. And we got some excellent inputs from them. I mean, we designed this with certain thought, but when we interacted with them, we came back with some different understanding of things. And again, different places, the feedback was different. So how do we customize it to that requirement? This is another third place. You were talking about Kerala. This is in Kerala. So, so I think people, economy, nature needs to, the triple bottom line, but how do we internalize this? How do we understand people? How do we understand economy? And if all of them are not taken together, whatever development we are talking about, we can't take it forward. People are looking for, nobody wants to learn for charity or for knowledge. They need to have a livelihood after that. So unless this is, and if we want to drive sustainability without any return on investment, I think that's also not going to work. So how do we it has to be an enabler for people that they can drive the economy beyond that. So, I don't have time to explain, but the strategic perspective has to be understood. And again, just to kind of elaborate, people, we have to institutionalize this entire thing. We have to it has to be inclusive growth. Livelihood has to be kind of triggered. So how do we enable this in a manner? And it has to be extremely relevant to the local problems. Local problems are very different. And many times I've seen in the developing world, development means actually devastation for the local community. Big port, the local people just get out of that place. And they're not even, rehabilitation, you can't imagine that certain ports I've been privy to, the kind of money that has been given, what do we do with that money? They have no idea. There's a place where people bought a helicopter, actually, for the compensation they got. And you can imagine after 4 days, what happens to the helicopter. So, these are live examples I'm giving you. So, economy, there is huge opportunity. Fisheries is absolutely unorganized. There is rich biodiversity, but least, return on investment. So we need to look at that. Nature also, I think, acoustic habitat degradation is the least talked about. So much of big whale stranding. I'm part of the IMO's task force on acoustic habitat degradation. There is so much to be done. And what will happen is suddenly there will be a regulation that will come and, present activities will be halted. So I think the way forward is outreach, engage, sustain. Lot of sensitization is important. I'll just explain this quickly. Outreach is we need to sensitize people what is possible, what needs to be done, and how it needs to be done. Even at an international level, roundtables, track 1.5, and we are trying to do, we get invited like this also sometimes, so we are able to speak a little louder in a bigger forum. But engage is more important. Engagement is, even for funding, internships and fellowships. And then we have to corporate involvement has to be there, and that's when we do partnership. That's how it will become sustainable. And at the sustained level, academic programs, there are hardly any academic programs which really focus. First time in India now, or probably globally, underwater domain awareness is an approved skilling program. So we are happy to say that. It has got 6 components: climate change, blue economy, coastal management, sediment management, and freshwater management, and URN management, underwater radiated noise management. So that can be now, everything is, we have made a lot of e-learning modules also. And consultants also have to focus, and they really need to understand how an ecosystem-based approach can be driven. What you can see is beyond an ecosystem. All the regional fragmentation can also be kind of taken care of. Just one more thing. So what next? Prioritizing is geopolitically, it has to be a regional approach. It can't be a national approach. Multilateral forums, but even, like if philanthropist organization, private funding comes in, then it's easier to work, because many times government involvement, the security becomes the biggest barrier to take things forward. Any data collection becomes a big challenge there. And how do we, in the last Quad Tokyo Summit, people talked about greater public good. But the delivery of greater public good is just not possible because there are military centers. How can the military understand what is greater public good? So this is my last slide. I mean, 100 coastal warrior or 100 river warriors or 100 water warriors could be a way where we can kind of divide those people, and it will be a completely integrated approach where everybody can kind of come together and really contribute, right? And that will really solve local problems. And this will also include some of the policymakers, where it will be an integrated approach where policymakers, local community, and everybody, and then it becomes sustainable there. I mean, you can't fund them till eternity. So how do we kind of build this model? We can discuss, there's a very detailed proposal on this. And this is some of the body of work, which is, I would like somebody to support us also. We have come this far. UDA Learning Center has e-learning modules, different types. Then Research Center has more than 250 research notes. Journal Dialogue is an audio-visual platform. And these are some of the apps we have built, and it is integrated to the larger MSP framework. So data keeps going back and forth. Recognition, a lot of work I think has gone in. So I think that's my last 2 slides. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Das. Charlotte, Science Policy Society Interface.
In the interest of time, I think the most important thing to say is that we have to support the engagement as much as we support the research. You actually have to pay people to talk to each other.
My turn? Okay. I think building the trust is really, really important when it comes to engage with the community. So in the case of Blue Carbon, yeah, actually I really feel that trust, building the trust is a first but most difficult step to overcome. And then once we can build the trust, they listen to us, then to the science, they listen to the policy. So yeah, we can make it happen. But the trust is really, really important.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I believe that those two essence. We need to pay to really engage community and to build trust. That'll be very good keywords to wrap up this roundtable session. And the next 2 days is exactly for discussing how we can really implement those method into the field that we can have a lot of time to discuss more deeper on that aspect. So I'm very happy to have that food for thought and those seed for discussion in this roundtable to carry on the next 2 days. So with that, I will conclude this roundtable. Thank you very much for distinguished speakers joining us, and friends and colleagues, please join me in a big round of applause to the speakers.
So we know that ocean literacy and capacity building, as we know, one of the very key targets of UN Ocean Decade is ocean literacy, and also we are talking today most of the time about the capacity building. So the theme of this session is transforming ocean knowledge into action, ocean literacy and capacity as a fundamental for the ocean we want. So we have very distinguished panelists, His Excellency, Ambassador of Philanthropy, Dr. Fabrizio Boggiato, and also have our four panelists. So may I request my esteemed colleague, His Excellency, Dr. Boggiato, for facilitate these sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Islam. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, dear friends of the ocean, good afternoon. My name is Fabrizio Boggiato. I serve as a senior research fellow here at the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. I also am a diplomat for the Sovereign Order of Malta, which I have mandate to officially represent at this dialogue. And it is my honor to moderate this final session on ocean literacy and capacity building. As the UN Ocean Decade reaches its midway point, the challenge before us is clear. How do we transform knowledge into action? How do we empower communities, institutions, and the next generation to not only understand the ocean, but also to become stewards of its future. Today, we bring together an exceptional panel of leaders, of ocean leaders, who are addressing these questions from multiple perspectives: foundations, research institutes, and global initiatives. They're all world-class ocean professionals and inspiring blue minds, so I hope I will be forgiven if I introduce them very succinctly in order to allocate more time for their presentations and the ensuing discussion. In speaking order, I have the pleasure of sharing this floor with Ms. Antonella Vassallo, Manager Director of the International Ocean Institute, a global leader in capacity development and ocean governance training. Then, my very much esteemed colleague, Dr. Sachiko Oguma, who is a brilliant oceanographer with deep expertise in both science and marine education. Thirdly, we have Dr. Janaína Bambir, project manager at the Boticario Group Foundation, which is a leading institution in Latin America, especially in Latin America, advancing environmental conservation and literacy. And finally, we have Ms. Sophie Wachtmeister, who serves as head of partnerships and development at the Voice of the Ocean Foundation, driving innovative collaborations in ocean literacy. So may I invite Director Vassallo to give her address? Director Vassallo, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio-san, and thank you also to Sasakawa and our gracious hosts for having us here. I prepared a very short, don't worry, it's a very short presentation, to maybe focus a few thoughts on not just ocean literacy and capacity building, but why is it important. So many of the speakers before me have touched on this point, and listening to what they have said, I keep on saying to myself, yes, that's what I'm saying in my presentation. So in many cases, I think we are echoing a deep perceived need for moving our knowledge, the science we gather, we create, we collate, we collect in many ways, into useful and a useful end for it. And what could this be? It could be the final decision making, the final policy making that so many of the people who spoke before me mentioned. My thematic will be the transformation of ocean knowledge into action. How do we do this? Knowledge itself, as you know, does not necessarily lead to good decisions. Knowledge in and of itself is knowledge, isn't it? And likewise, enhanced responsibilities of specific people, specific roles, is not necessarily the only ingredient that leads to good governance. So the question is, how do we convert acquired knowledge, science, etc., into decision-making? So many of the people before me spoke about evidence-based policy-making, rule-making. And this is a fairly complex, a big ask, as my daughter would say. Ultimately, literacy, ocean knowledge, should be directed into formulating decisions, underscoring policy, providing the background to the decisions we take at so many different levels in all aspects of our life. You will notice I'm saying at all levels, because this is where ocean literacy comes in, as well as ocean capacity development. But some common thematics are listed here. The fact that we are in one ocean and one world with one future together. And at the end of the day, the nexus of knowledge and science application really is quite critical. So evidence-based policymaking really must underpin governance. Since we're in an ocean forum, ocean governance. So, you've been in the London Tube and they keep on saying things like mind the gap, mind the gap. And over here, I just want to tell you, mind the knowledge governance gap. There is this gap usually, well, sometimes, between science, people, and policy. And sometimes it's either caused by or gives rise to structural, functional, cultural, political disjunctures between knowledge and rulemaking. And it is our job, also as IOI, to close the knowledge behavior action gap by, first of all, developing capacity, also implementing improvements in ocean literacy at all levels, and to put into place participation mechanisms that bring stakeholders together. And I would go so far as to say that in ocean governance, it's not only a question of capacity development amongst professionals, but also the clear role for ocean literacy at all levels. And I'm a strong advocate of capacity development for better decision-making, whether it's technical and scientific skills, whether it's in inclusive international cooperation. And I would go so far as to say that without knowledgeable people and adequate tools, no amount of goodwill, no amount of policy intent can translate effectively into action. So even resource-limited countries who have trained personnel can produce results or advance in a much better capacity or stream than those people who do not have access to capacity development opportunities. Very briefly, the IOI is an NGO. We were established in 1972. In summary, we are a knowledge-based institution. And our aim since inception has been to create ocean leadership, knowledgeable leadership in ocean governance. Thus, to this end, we focus on ocean governance, education, and capacity development. More recently, emphasizing also the aspect of ocean literacy, but throughout, the idea of advocacy, the idea of participation is an underlying theme of all our efforts. We operate through 3 pillars. You can see them there, and I also invite you to take a look at our website. But the one I'll talk about at the moment is training, education, and capacity development. We're spread all over the world we operate through headquarters in Malta, where I'm from, but we have a number of training programs all over the world, from Canada, and I know there are a couple of alumni who have graduated from our Canadian course, so hello again from here. And we also offer regional training courses all over the world, in Canada, Malta, China, South Africa, Thailand, Turkmenistan, and those are offered in English. And more recently, we have come to the realization that language shouldn't be a barrier to knowledge. So with that in mind, our governing board has given me the go-ahead to open 2 training programs, one in Egypt focusing on Gulf countries, the Gulf region, and it's offered in Arabic out of Hurghada, and the other one out of Chile, and it's offered in Spanish. And these training courses are 4-week intense courses. They attract early career and mid-career ocean professionals, and they take an interdisciplinary view that must underpin ocean governance. So our alumni are very diverse, but they come out strengthened in knowledge of interdisciplinary knowledge that must underpin governance. We're proud to say we have about, I think now more than 2,500 alumni from about 140 countries. And this brings me to our next, in a sense, aspect that contributes to this discussion. Over the years, our various alumni have come back to us saying, I really learned so much from our training course, and I am so inspired to do something for my community. For our 50th anniversary, we gave, in a sense, ourselves a present, and we created our ocean literacy program, which is known as the Iowa Ocean Academy. We work with our alumni. We bring ocean literacy knowledge direct into the hearts of communities, using the knowledge and expertise of our alumni, who reach out to their communities in their own mother tongues. So you can see, but maybe not read, all the languages that we offer the Ocean Academy in. It's online. Anyone with a smartphone can join. We're working on about 25 countries at the moment, in 18 different languages. And I'm proud to say that through the work we do with our alumni in their communities, this program has exploded. To me, it's a testament to the dedication of our alumni, but also to the hunger and appetite that there is out there for ocean knowledge. So bearing this in mind, we're also proud to say that it's an endorsed Ocean Decade program. I just want to leave you with this thought. I'm sure so many of you have seen this, but it never fails to impress me. And it's from Baba Dioum, who was a Senegalese environmentalist. It's a very old quote. I am sure you've seen it before, but I love it. In the end, we will conserve only what we love. We will love only what we understand, and we will understand only what we are taught. And this thinking drives us at IOI every day. So I'll leave it at this, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Director Vassallo, for offering such an engaging and informative presentation. It ended with a quote. I would like to offer a quote on my side. Your presentation reminded us how ocean literacy and ocean training are enabling factors, and for not only for well-resourced big states, but also and especially for small developing states. So the quote that came to my mind is by Patrick Henry in his famous speech, "Give me freedom or give me death." The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is also to the vigilant, the active, the brave. And on this note, I'd like to invite my most esteemed colleague, Dr. Sachiko Oguma, to deliver her address. Dr. Oguma, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bozzato. Today, I'm truly honored to have this opportunity to engage in dialogue before such excellencies, distinguished guests, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who made this occasion possible. In this session, entitled Ocean Literacy and Capacity Building, I would like to highlight the key issues surrounding ocean education that have been observed in Japanese formal education. Also, I would like to address my importance of introducing ocean education at an early stage of formal education and discuss the actions we need to take. So when we talk about capacity building in the marine field, we tend to think of training for fishermen, maritime workers, and marine engineering technicians, and essentially developing people who can immediately contribute on the front lines. Considering the educational path and school selection necessary to pursue such careers, ocean specialized education typically begins at the university level. However, fishermen's career path may begin after completing compulsory education or graduating from high school, followed by direct training. So, in other words, by the time young people are choosing to pursue specialized education, they must already have an interest in the ocean. So although the importance of ocean education in early stage of formal education, there are very few contents aimed at understanding the ocean itself in the compulsory education curriculum of elementary and junior high schools in Japan. In science textbooks, environmental issues such as sea temperature and sea level rising, changes in ecosystems due to global warming, and ocean plastic pollution are shortly addressed. In social studies, students learn about geography and industries such as fisheries and maritime transport that take place in the ocean. However, there is less interdisciplinary education that helps students understand what the ocean is, how life on Earth is supported by the ocean. So we can take responsible actions towards the ocean only when we first understand it, thereby solving environmental problems, achieving sustainable development. The developmental professionals with expertise can only be expanded once a fundamental understanding of the ocean becomes widespread. For that reason, elementary schools where students acquire basic knowledge play an extremely important role. So furthermore, in junior high schools, where career education begins to take shape and students start considering their future paths, it is essential to cultivate their ability to address various ocean-related challenges to foster human resources that will help realize the vision of a maritime nation as outlined in the Basic Act on Ocean Policy. So since 2016, in collaboration with the Nippon Foundation, the Ocean Policy Research Institute has financially supported the implementation of ocean education through the Ocean Education Pioneer School Program, as shown on the screen. So targeting kindergartens, elementary school, junior high school, and high schools across Japan. Over 600 schools have been supported for 10 years, and about 1,700 curriculums have been collected to our institute. So yet, ocean education has not taken root due to various factors such as courses of study, teachers' working conditions, and school budgets. So more inland people live, the less likely they are to recognize the need to understand the ocean. So additionally, the harder it is to access the ocean directly, so the more financial resources are required for educational materials and hands-on activities related to the ocean. And furthermore, there is the issue that many teachers feel lack of knowledge about ocean science. So even when attempting to address such challenges, the lack of public funding often leads to a reliance on private grants. So efforts rely heavily on grassroots initiatives by individuals and/or institutes who care deeply about the ocean. To cultivate a greater number of professionals in the marine field, it is essential to foster children who are inclined to pursue ocean-related careers of their own volition. This requires the establishment of an educational environment in which ocean literacy is actively nurtured. Equally important is that we, the adult generation responsible for shaping educational environment, also acquire a sound understanding of ocean literacy ourselves. Globally, as many of you are already engaged in, efforts to promote shared understanding of the ocean across all generations and among all stakeholders are steadily gaining momentum. To advance the dissemination of ocean literacy in collaboration with the international community, and it's imperative that we encourage as many children and citizens as possible to turn their attention to Mother Ocean and to strengthen cooperation with neighboring regions. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Oguma, especially for your wonderful work teaching the next generations that sister water, as St. Francis of Assisi says in the Canticle of the Sun, is so useful, humble, precious, and pure. And I would like to invite the next panelist, Dr. Janaina Bomber, to offer a presentation. Dr. Bomber, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Fabrizio. It's an honor to be here. Thank you, Sasakawa. See, it's difficult to say here. Sasakawa Foundation also for hosting this event. And before I begin, I'd like you to all take a moment. Take a breath. I know you are all tired, but come on, it's 4 a.m. in Brazil, and I'm here, so we can do that. But take a moment to think. How would you explain what you're doing here to a 5-year-old child? I know it's not that easy as we think on the first thought. Yeah, my own 5-year-old son asked me that question before I came to Japan. And I answered him that I was coming here to talk to a lot of smart and nice people about how to protect the planet and the ocean. And he seemed very satisfied with that answer. But how would you explain, how would you say that exactly same answer to a journalist or to a CEO or to a policymaker? Would you give the same answer to them? Probably not. Hope not. That's what I mean. The message is always the same. The content is the same. What changes is the audience. And that's the first rule of communication, know your audience. We've been talking all this day about stakeholders, engagement, people, children, policymakers, all kinds of stakeholders. What are these stakeholders? They are our audience. We have to think it through, how to connect to them. So, Boticário Group Foundation has been working with nature conservation for 35 years. And 9 years ago, we are structuring our agenda, our strategy of ocean. And we invited a lot of experts in a day to discuss what was the main challenge of ocean conservation in Brazil. And for my surprise, the answer was unanimous. It was communication. We are scientists, we can't communicate it. We just do our science. Some of them, yeah, but not all of us, and people don't know the importance of science in what we are doing. And we've been always in Boticário Foundation supporting projects, scientific projects as well, but okay, how to get to have the solution-based projects. So since then, we've applied many different kinds of strategies and tools to start including communication in ocean. So we started the Ocean Connection program, which we work until now. We have different strategies, campaigns, digital, offline, online events. We have sponsorship to journalists to talk about ocean from different themes. And we also included as a premise to our grant-making process to include professionals of communication in the co-design of the projects, and also to be part of the project after it being supported. So as Charlotte said, you have to pay for people to communicate, to engage as well, not only to make science. And yeah, this was really amazing. But then, okay, we're thinking about our first rule of communication. What's our audience? Is that making, are we having some difference? Where is this going? So in 2022, we decided to make a national survey to understand the relationship of the Brazilian people with the sea. To know our audience and see how was this relationship. Okay, Brazil is a big country with a big coast. Everybody knows about the beaches and the sunlight and so on. But is that true? So we had this survey, the first national survey, and it came with a lot of really interesting data that helped us to make our own communication strategy for our institution to see what was our target audience and how we would reach this audience as well. So, and then we launched this in Lisbon and the UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon. And at that moment, we met other 2 countries that were doing the same, UK and Canada. We are only 3 countries doing that. So we joined our efforts. Okay, we have 3 different kinds of surveys. Let's put together, study that, and see what could be the common of these different surveys. And now we have the Ocean Society Survey, which is a global framework to make national surveys in other countries as well. So you can also track the changes and see the relationship of society with the sea. So from 3 countries, we were at that time, now we are 12 countries doing that survey. And that's my first call for action. Let's make it more countries. So have many different countries doing that so you can track all these changes. And this year, we did again the same survey to see how it changed in Brazil from these 3 years, and included some more questions and make some adjustments. We launched these results now in the UN Ocean Conference in Nice. And I'd like to share some key results with you. I will ask Fabricio to put a small, short video showing these main results to share with you.
Yes, the video is ready, I believe. And let's proceed with watching it.
In this QR code, you can check the document with the results of the 22 and 25 survey. And also the survey, we are using that also to engage media and the public, so we could use that a lot with our media strategy, and it was in many different high vehicles in Brazil as well. So it was a really good way to do that. We made with University of São Paulo and UNESCO. But okay, again, so since the first survey, we saw that schools would be one of the main ways to do that, as we saw that education in Brazil is a main gap. And we started supporting the Blue Schools program. And now we probably have more than 600 Blue Schools in Brazil. And this year, Brazil was the first country to announce its formal commitment to include ocean in our national curriculum. So it's a big step for us as well. And we have all these advances. I see not only in Brazil, but worldwide. Some years ago, we wouldn't be talking about communication outreach or ocean literacy here or education. We have such a big and great space for this discussion. And I saw that in every single panel, we talked about that. So yeah, we advanced a lot, but still, we know that SDG 14 is the least funded of all SDGs, and ocean communication and ocean literacy receives a tiny % of this investment. So we have a clear call of action for all of us. I see that almost all foundations are working already with this, but yeah, we need more funding and more money to engagement to ocean literacy so we can support the national service, the Blue School programs, and other educational programs you saw here. We may talk about partnering with different strategies that we've been seeing here all day long that are so amazing, or even co-creating new strategies as well to have a worldwide reach as well. So I'd like to finish this bringing a concept that's from Latin American indigenous culture. So it's a concept of confluence, that unlike influence that seeks to impose, confluence aims to merge, to find common ground. So, and I made a quick research, and I saw that here in Japan, we have a kind of similar concept in wa. Please correct me if I'm speaking or saying something wrong. And wa refers to harmony and peaceful unity within a group. So this notion of wa and confluence brings what we need for these next days and also for the end of this decade and so on. We need to confluence and merge to a common ground to seek the solution-based strategies. And I think it's amazing that such different cultures like Japan and Latin America have similar concepts as well. So yeah, it's one motion that connects us all. And now to end, as I was leaving to Japan, my son asked me to say hello to you, so hello. And he also said that he wanna be one of us in the future. He wanna work as well with the ocean and protecting. So let's please make him and the billion of people who depends on the ocean proud of us this day. Thank you.
Dr. Bambir, thank you very much for such a lovely presentation and such a beautiful video. You asked a very important question. How do we explain, how can we explain all this to a child? Actually, there is a Brazilian song that I used to love as a child, I still love it, Aquarela by Toquinho, that tells us about a child drawing and using his imagination to go around the world. And the child also draws the ocean. And so allow me to quote from that song, "Flying towards the sea, and the sea is all blue. There's a ship sailing, it has a sail, nothing more. But underwater, the fish know where to go." So I believe it's not only the fish, maybe also all of us collectively, as people who are friends of the ocean, are trying to find a common course in the ocean, over the ocean, deep water, to, well, find and imagine a solution. Thank you very much. And with this, I'd like to invite our last and very patient panelist, Ms. Sophie Wachtmeister, to give her address. And Sophie, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to begin to thank for the invitation by Sasakawa Peace Foundation to hosting this event, and also to inviting us to here. I'm so pleased with that. I am from the Swedish Foundation, as my previous colleague Sana. We have a mission to increase ocean knowledge and through storytelling and science and education. I personally come from a commercial background, working with partnerships in broadcasting, sports, with a focus on business strategy. But my driving force has always been the same, providing knowledge in ways that spark emotions and curiosity and engagement through the partnerships. Today, that mission is focused on the ocean, the lifeblood of our planet, and how ocean literacy can deepen our understanding of our relationship with it. We often say that knowledge is power, but when it comes to the ocean, I think knowledge is also a responsibility. To protect the ocean, we must understand it, and that understanding needs to be shared beyond scientific circles. It needs to reach students, families, communities, and decision makers. That's where storytelling, collaboration, and creativity come in. I believe that philanthropy can truly can be truly transformative in this space, not as a one-time donor, but as a catalyst for systemic change, enabling long-term partnerships between educators, scientists, artists, and technologists. It's not just about funding individuals' projects, but having a long-sighted perspective. Philanthropy can facilitate the integration of ocean literacy into structures, not just into campaigns. And because we are mission-driven, not profit-driven, we can act in spaces where others can't. We can take risk. We can go first. We can stay longer. As we like to say it, we like to push the envelope. One compelling example of cross-sector collaboration comes actually from Vidar Helgesen. He's not still here. In his previous role at the Nobel Foundation, he helped develop a Minecraft education game that allowed children to learn about the Nobel Peace Prize and what the prize winner had done to earn it. Then when Vidar joined IOC, he brought that idea with him, and in the spring of 2025, we co-developed a new game called Minecraft Ocean Heroes, together with Minecraft Education, the IOC, and us at the VOTO, we call it a Voice of the Ocean. It is based on real ocean case studies from the UNESCO IOC and was officially launched at UNOC in Nice. Minecraft has over 300 million players globally. Its education platform, Minecraft Education, is designed for schools and offers free curriculum-aligned content. Minecraft Ocean Heroes has already been downloaded more than 750,000 times and over 40,000 times in educational settings. And that's before most schools have even returned after summer holidays. That kind of reach in such a short time shows what is possible when you meet learners on their own platforms and when you bring together science, technology, and creativity in the service of ocean literacy. And unlike traditional campaigns, the game doesn't disappear. It lives on. Ocean heroes can stay relevant for years. But this is not just about reach. It's also about capacity. Teachers tell us the lack of time, training, and materials. That's why we're now developing ready-to-use lesson plans, teaching guides, and interactive webinars to support educators in using the Minecraft Ocean Hero games as a part of their teaching. We know how difficult it can be to reach schools, not just globally, but even in our own region. Getting ocean content into formal curricula is a long and complex process. So, to work towards this structure, Voice of the Ocean is finding faster, more creative ways to connect with students and educators. We work with informal educational activities, such as summer camps, but have also launched an educational platform translated to the ocean curriculum. It's a free online research hub where teachers can access classroom-ready content in ocean topics, designed for both primary and secondary levels. The goal is simple: make it easy for teachers to weave the ocean into their daily teaching. We believe that every child can become an ocean ambassador, but that requires more than inspiration. It requires infrastructure. That's why capacity building is so important. And it's about enabling people and institutions, not just informing them. So we must use every tool available to make ocean literacy emotionally compelling, such as visual media, immersive games, digital art, and local heritage. Of course, we fully support the Venice Declaration for the ocean literacy in action, as we were there in Venice also. To succeed, we must build bridges between science and storytelling, policy and education, and generation and regions. So, when we asked how philanthropy can support ocean literacy, the answer is through trust, continuity, and a willingness to scale meaningful tools and partnerships. Philanthropy can empower creators and communities to tell the stories of the ocean in the new ways. That's how we make it real. And that's also, I think, it's how we make it last as well. Thank you very much to invite me.
Thank you so much. Given that I've done this for the previous panelists, I would like to offer a quote too for yours. My good friend Anayele is here. She's from Italy, from Naples. And there's a beautiful Neapolitan song that says, "Look at the sea. What beautiful feelings can it inspire in all of us?" So thank you so much. I would like to, once again, to invite all of you to join me in a round of applause to our panelists. Well, thank you again for all those rich perspectives. So let me take a moment to draw some threads together. We have heard about the need to embed ocean literacy early in education systems and within communities, about the role of science policy interfaces in empowering decision makers, about the importance of capacity development at the global and regional levels, and about how partnerships and innovations can mobilize new audiences and resources. I would now like to invite each of our panelists to briefly reflect on this question. How can we ensure that literacy and capacity efforts do not remain isolated projects, but scale into systemic change? Who would like to address this question? I know time is of the essence, but you are vigilant, active, and brave, and so are we.
All right. I think the first thing is to we need to move from isolated project to systemic change. So we must embed ocean literacy into structures that already shape learning as schools, communities, and families. And I think here in Brazil is one of the first, but we have to follow and learn from that one. So that means co-creating with teachers, not just inspiring them. It means giving them ready-to-use resources, aligned with curriculum, not just awareness campaigns.
Okay, if I may add something small, I think also that ocean literacy is not just something that starts or stops in school, but it's something that we should address right across society, right across generations, and right across maybe even different styles or social styles or communities. So what we have learned from our experiences personally is that the best way forward is to bring knowledge directly in ways and modalities that the audience can understand. And in a sense, this reflects also what Janaina was saying. So when, in our Ocean Academy, we try and work with local experts, speaking about locally relevant content in mother tongues, in situations that really are relevant to the audience, because at the end of the day, the final aim is not only to bring knowledge, but to bring positive change within the community. So I think that perspective is important. And I also agree with something Sophie said earlier, is that this is not a fad or a short project cycle thing. We really need to be into it for the long term.
It is not better that my comments should become some conclusions, so I would like to speak before you. So, sorry. Especially in Japan, so ocean literacy is very difficult to include the formal education courses of study, but we all Japanese also join to this movement, important movement of the ocean literacy. So I think that ocean literacy projects should not be in a short term, but Ocean Decade only remain for 5 years, but we must think about ocean literacy more longer than 5 years. Then, beyond the language program, we also have to continue the struggle with the ocean issues with ocean literacy education.
Very briefly, I agree with you all, and I would add that we only reach that in a scale up if you do that with considering it be a movement that includes justice, diversity, equity, and it's inclusive as well. So you have to think that, throughout the moment, and also you have to go from isolated projects to some combining projects from Confluence and from WA, so we can partner and listen to the others and adapt ourselves to this partnership as well.
And as we conclude this session, I believe that three key messages stand out. First, ocean literacy builds awareness. Secondly, capacity building empowers action. And last but not least, partnerships amplify impact. So, thank you very much for your attention, your patience, and I'm now concluding this session and to hand over to Executive Director Sakai for his concluding remarks. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much. The opening day of the Fifth Foundation Dialogue brought together a vibrant plenary sessions. It's about almost 28 distinguished scholars talking about our ocean is the mother of life. So we are very close to finish it. May I request our Executive Director, Mr. Sakai-san, for his concluding remarks.
Dear Excellencies, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all for your participation for the plenary session of the Ocean Decade 5th Foundation Dialogue. I particularly appreciate our colleagues from foundations all over the world who flew over a few oceans to join here in person. The plenary session started with inspiring and powerful messages from our honorary guests. In the high-level roundtable, ambassadors and ocean leaders shared their perspective on the Ocean Decade and their expectations to the foundation, which were very, very encouraging to us. In the following session, the principal of the foundation recapped the achievement of the past Ocean Foundation Dialogue and discussed a vision of its success toward 2030, which is the end of the Ocean Decade. We then had two focus sessions, one about community engagement and the other about the ocean literacy and capacity building. Both sessions were very full of inspiration to pave the way for enhancing the impact of foundations' activities. We, foundations, have flexibility and a power to think outside the box. I believe that we can be a driving force under the cooperation with various stakeholders. Foundation Dialogue is the place to expand and concretize our possibility. I hope this momentum will keep going in next 5 years and even beyond 2030. I also like to extend my appreciation to our colleague from IOC-UNESCO for their tireless effort to make this event happen. Thank you very much. I'm convinced that a working meeting in the next 2 days will be fruitful toward compiling a strong and solid Tokyo statement. Then just let me bring your attention to the image that put on the background of the flyer. I think, yeah, as you can see on the screen. So this image is designed by my colleague, Dr. Kotaro Tanaka. Kotaro, thank you very much for the wonderful design. As an islandic nation, the ocean is always by our side in Japan along its history, similarly to other nations. Japan traditionally has a view of unity about the ocean, which can be interpreted as we are part of the ocean, and the ocean is part of us. Through the Ocean Decade, we are hoping to bridge science and society, old and new, and Asia and world. Finally, I'd like to once again express my sincere gratitude to everyone who participated today, and also to the Nippon Foundation for their generous support in organizing this meaningful event. With that, I hereby announce the conclusion of the plenary session. Thank you very much again, and I hope to have a wonderful night. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sakai, for your very thoughtful concluding remarks. We are already officially conclude, but for next 2 days, here is some announcement from Alice and Clausen. So please.
Thank you, Emma Dill. I'm going to be super quick.